It is something that we agreed on. It wasn't an imposition. We agreed to do it on Wednesdays and Thursdays. It wasn't imposed on anybody. It was something we agreed. If anything, at a majority agreed to it. Some of us have to reschedule our tasks so we'll be able to make time for that day's teaching and learning. So let me find out from you before you continue. What happened? And are we going back to it or we are not going back to that? So let us agree. So we get to know going forward what we have to do. We cannot just assume and continue without making a remark. Yes,
Hello,
let me
sir.
hear from you. Yes, I'm listening.
So unfortunately, I was at a place where there was no network. When I came back, I tried to connect, but there was nobody there. So for me, it was not
Then
intentional.
maybe you came after maybe you came after 45 because we were there more than 30 minutes. Myself, Puma, and I think two other individuals were there. We spent more than 30 minutes trying to wait for others to join. If it was something that was imposed on you, then I would say you were in support of it. But it was something we all agreed. And then after agreeing on the days, we agreed on the time as well. So are we going back to that or we are sticking to the weekend? Let's be clear so that we all be on the same page.
Hello, sir. I think that we should shift the time from 6 to 7 o'clock. Maybe
So the 6 isn't favorable to you.
at that time, everybody will be around.
But why didn't you make such a suggestion when we first introduced the topic? Mm. Or if we have to go back to our Saturday
Sir, when
time,
is
because
it?
I gave you reasons why the weekday may be a bit better because you absorbing 4 good hours on a single day. Teaching and learning on that tangent isn't too good. So that's why we agree. Let's do it 2 hours Wednesday, another 2 hours. So the absorption will be far better than we doing a continuous 4 hours. And we agreed on that. And unfortunately, we couldn't go by it. So let's be clear. Maybe majority are saying we should go by the weekends. I don't have a problem. We go by it. But I made this suggestion in your interest. At this level, we don't impose. At this level, we judge or then agree on something. So we've met here now. We are many. Let's take a decision. So a decision that will favor majority. Not every decision will favor everybody, but at least the majority should be able to. It must favor majority. So if you want to stick to the university time, fine. We'll all have to adjust and make time for it. Let me hear from everybody or majority, those who want to make their point known. Mr. Yabua, let's hear from you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Yabua, yes.
Sir, I said
What
that
is your
we should do it on Wednesday and Thursday, but I am suggesting that the time should be shifted from 6 to 7. That is my suggestion. I support that idea.
Mr. Wate, Abbas, Catherine? Let's hear from everybody. Otherwise, then we are holding on to the Saturday. Then I'm picking a point that maybe the weekday you're not in support, so we should stick to the Saturday weekend, Saturdays. If I'm not getting any feedback, then I think that's the communication I should have. Elizabeth,
Sir, please, I wanted to say that some of us are not talking because we were there on the Wednesday. So I think those who
Hey,
were
ma.
not there should put in their input so that we move on.
Hey,
Doc,
Anita, Afro.
Doug, please,
Yes.
as for me, I wasn't aware about the reschedule meeting. That is why I couldn't meet, but any day is okay for me.
Why?
The weekday is
Last
okay
weekend,
for me.
yeah, last weekend, weren't you part of the class last weekend?
I was part of it, but at the later days part, I got a bit emergency. So when I came, the class was over. That is
All
why I
right,
couldn't
so
join during the weekday. So any day is okay for me.
don't worry. I think I'm compelled to go by the Saturday because once again the communication is not forthcoming. So let's go by our Saturday. So even Saturday when I come and meet
So
one
the
person,
weekday is okay. I'm sure my colleagues will agree
they are
that
not
the weekday will
they are,
also help us.
they are not talking. So how will I don't want to assume.
The
We
weekdays are
agree
okay.
and they didn't make up. And I don't want to assume that silence means they have agreed. No. So the university time is a Saturday 11:50.
Doc,
So in that case, whenever I come and nobody is there, the
Doc,
assumption is that I come. Right? But honestly, the questions have already been set and submitted. So whether we meet or not, we have to go by for the 12 topics. We have to teach all of them. Mm.
Doc.
Three topics, which will not be in the movement. You have to take it bit by bit, so the absorption will be far better. But it's like we are not in support of that. So let's maintain our 11 o'clock on Saturdays. Okay, so we'll be able to do the 4 hours.
Doc,
All right. So let's do a recap of what we did last week. Let's do a quick recap of what happened last week.
Doc,
Yes, Puma.
Doc, please, this one we beg. Since we are really sorry for last week Wednesday. In fact, I myself at a point I realized I was physical. But please forgive us and let us reschedule it as Mr. Yabba has said. Instead of let's make it 7 so that we can all come on board and join. And to my colleague, you, I beg you, we have agreed on 7. Let's make it a point to join. Because last week Wednesday, it wasn't, I mean, nice at all. For only 4 people to join. So, God, that's why we beg you. Let's have the weekdays one together with the weekends one.
You
We are
see,
really sorry.
Puma, I think your point is well noted. But my concern is the university has given us Saturday 11:50, and we have to do 4 good hours on that day. So we decided that no, for better absorption, let's make it 2 hours, 2 hours. Okay. And that'll be fine for all of us. And that will be Wednesdays and Thursday. But here's the case your colleagues are not talking. Maybe they are not in favor. So let's use the university time. In that case, whether you like it or not, you have to come. You are unable to come. We'll assume that you were there. But should we go by this suggestion and they are unable to come? They can either complain that they were not in support of that and blah blah. So you don't worry, we'll all make time and come and do our 4 hours on Saturday because they are not talking. And I don't want to assume that you have their view or you have their concern. You are speaking on behalf of the entire class. Maybe this is your voice, not their voice, because this is what we did and never worked out. So let's do our weekend, and that'll be fine for all of us. Okay.
One minute.
All right. So I think that we've spent
Doug,
some more. We've spent
oh,
more than 15 minutes or 20 minutes. So let's start. Let's start. What we did the nature of marketing. Okay, we did the nature of marketing. That's the first unit. We did the environment of marketing. We did the segmentation, targeting, and positioning, or something like that. So let's do a recap of what we we discussed the last time. Yes, what at all did we take home the last time we met? Let me start with Abbas. Hello, Abbas. Abbas, are you online or your gadget is online and the personality is offline? Abbas, let's go to Mr. Yabua.
Hello, sir. Sorry, I'm having a problem with my gadget. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So, Abbas.
Yes, please. And sir, please, it wasn't clear. I was hearing my name, but
No, what I mean is the last time we met, we were able to do three major topics in the marketing. The first one
yes,
was on the nature of marketing and two other topics. So I want to find
marketing.
out from you what at all did you take home the last time?
Please, the definition of marketing and then the marketing environment. And
Okay.
yes,
So what
please.
did you say about the definition? In defining marketing, there are key issues that we need to identify or must be present once we want to define marketing. Can we identify just one key element in the definition? One key element in the definition of marketing.
A minute, please.
Come again.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Yes, that's a, help us with one key element in the definition of marketing. In defining marketing, help us with one key element.
Sir, I think we learned that marketing is a process.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. It is raining here, but I'm striving to hear you, but I'm managing it.
I'm getting some feedback. That's why.
Don't worry, it is raining at my end. It is raining seriously at my end.
Oh, okay. Please, so that marketing is a process.
Mm-hmm.
That's one key element that deals with creating an environment
Okay.
that produces, yes, a favorable buying decision on part of
Very
the
good.
customer.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much. So
Thank you, sir.
apart from the definition, what else did we learn that somebody was able to understand? And let's go to Anita. Hello, Anita. Hello, Anita. Or Mr. Yabua will come in to assist us. Elizabeth. Anybody?
Hello, sir. We
Yes.
discussed that marketing is a management process responsible for identifying, anticipating, and satisfying customer requirements. And we said that in identifying the customers, we have to do a research to find out
Okay.
the needs and wants of these customers so that we produce to meet their needs and wants.
That's perfect. That's perfect. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Besides the definition, what else did we study? Let's go to Mr. Che. Mr. Che or Felicia. Do as the honor.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, yes, sir.
No, no, sorry, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Doc, what I learned was the evolution of the marketing concept.
Okay. So how did
Yes,
marketing evolve? It started how? How did it start?
yes. So I remember the production orientation, the sales
Mm-hmm.
orientation, and then the market orientation era.
All right. Okay. So let me find out from Felicia. Something drove the sales orientation. What was the driving force or what motivated the sales orientation? Felicia. Hello, Felicia. So let me go to Awate. Hello, Awate. Hello. Mr. Awate, Madam Felicia, let's hear from you. The sales orientation. What brought about the sales orientation, or what is its main focus? Aminu, or anybody in attendance should help us.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, Che.
So what I remember was under the sales orientation, it was the sales orientation era came after the production orientation. And under the sales orientation era, the focus was on how we push goods and services to consumers. So how we persuade consumers to have the goods because the goods were produced in abundance. Thank you, Doc.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so that's a good recap. And there are more issues we discussed, and you have the materials with you. I will surely encourage you to go back, read on all that we discussed, to revise and get a concept right. So next time we'll meet. If there are issues that we need to go back and reassess, we'll have to do that so we'll get a better understanding of what you've treated. As the saying, we will learn to remember. So as much as we need to proceed, if there are issues that we need to go back and check and readdress them, let us know. So we can do that for all of us. Because we need a good grade. Besides a grade, we need a good understanding of the concept. Because as teachers, we are being trained to go down there and teach. So until we have the concept, it will be very difficult for us to teach. So as we want to go forward, we need to look at what we have discussed, then get a good understanding before we proceed. So let's quickly look at what we have for the day. I told you earlier, it is raining heavily at my end. So a colleague is online to assist us with today's class. She is the person of Madam Adeshiwa. She's online. So Madam Ade, please, are you there?
Yes, Doc,
Hello.
I'm here.
Okay. So Madam Ade, the class is ready. So you pick from units 4, 5, and 6. I'll join us the environment a bit conducive. So kindly have the class. Madam Ade is with us to handle or continue from where we ended the last time. So give her the due attention and focus as she pick from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello, madam.
Hello, ma'am.
Madam.
Hello, madam.
Okay, I'll be continue from where sorry. Talking about I'm trying to share. I'm trying to share my and see what we do. Hello.
Madam, please, we can hardly hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's on and off.
Hmm. Is it okay? It's still on and off.
Yes, please.
Let me see if I can connect with another device and use that one to talk. Since you guys are finding it difficult to hear me here. Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. Okay then. So today we will be talking about marketing information and marketing research. Okay. So the objective for today will be talking about the marketing information system, the decision support system, the sources of marketing information, the marketing research process, and sales forecasting. Okay. So when we talk about marketing, it's really important to know what marketing information system entails. Okay. And there is a question here for all of us that I believe that by the end of the class, we should be able to answer this question. It should have been a question that I would have asked you all before we start. But looking at the time, I think it's better that we'll put it to the end of the class. So, for what purposes would marketing managers need information? Okay, for what purposes would marketing managers need information? Okay, I'm sure by the time we'll be done with the class, you will be able to answer this. So now when we talk about marketing information system, that is MIS. So far as principle of marketing is concerned, the moment you hear MIS, then it's talking about marketing information system. Please, if I'm going too fast, you can draw my attention so I slow down. If you're okay with the pace too, then I think that's fine. So if anything, kindly draw my attention, okay? So when we talk about marketing information system, McCarthy and Perrault in 1993 decided to bring the definition of MIS. They said an organized way of continually gathering and analyzing data to provide marketing managers with information, meaning a way, you can see the way it is written. They said an organized way, meaning it's not just anything that is done anyhow. It has to be organized, okay? So an organized way of continually gathering and analyzing data. So when it comes to MIS, you don't just gather data, you also analyze those data, okay, to provide marketing managers with all the necessary information that they will need. As marketing managers, there are various information that you'll be needing to perform your day-to-day activities, okay, as well as to plan ahead, to think about the marketing plan and so many things like that. So it is important to have um what we call data, but not just any data at all. They have to be data that are well organized, okay? That when they are provided to you, you'll be able to make any necessary decision that you need to make so far as the organization is concerned. So that is the definition by McCarthy and Perrow. Then marketing information system, okay? When we also talk about it, Cutler and Armstrong in 2010 also define what MIS entails, okay? It said people, equipment, and procedures to gather, sort, analyze, evaluate, and distribute needed timely and accurate information to marketing decision makers. Unlike the first definition, it said that um, it spoke about the marketing managers, okay, but here it's talking about marketing decision makers, meaning so far as you need to make any decision about maybe the marketing of the organization. So not necessarily only marketing managers. So far as you need to make decisions, needing those information, then you are also interested in what we call the marketing information system. Okay, it said people, equipment, and procedure to gather, to sort. So you gather, you sort, you analyze, you evaluate, you distribute needed and timely, okay, needed, timely, and accurate information to marketing decision makers. Okay, then we talk about sources of marketing information, meaning where at all can you get marketing information from? Okay, we've been saying that MIS, you need to gather data, you need to get information, you need to make it timely, you need to make it accurate, you need to provide it to the marketing managers, you need to give it to the marketing decision makers. But where at all will you get those information that you need from? Okay, the first place is the internal company records. Okay, so with the internal company records, the first one comes from the financial statement. We all know what the financial statement is, or we don't know. Hello.
We know, please.
All right. So we know what the financial statement is. So in order to get marketing information, when the internal company record is concerned, you get it from the financial statements of the organization, from the record of sales. Okay, when it comes to the record of sales, it entails what you sold, how many customer got bought it, when did they buy it, when those kind of things are in the records of sale, as well as orders. Okay, when they were ordering, how many orders did they order and what is the interval in which they were ordering. Okay, then cost. Okay, then we come to production schedules, shipments, and inventory. How do the organization, how do they schedule their production? So how do we produce, let's say we are an organization, so how do we produce our products? Do we do it like every 3 months, then we rest for a month, then we continue, or we produce them like continuously? Okay, because there are some company they produce like with an interval of 3 months. So after producing these 3 months, they rest because whatever they produce will be enough for them to sell maybe for the next 4 months before they will not start another production again and all that. So it depends on the company involved. The shipment, how are you shipping whatever you are having to the consumers, okay, to those who are buying, to the retailers, those who are buying from you, or to the wholesalers, those who are buying to go and resell. Okay, and we have inventories. We all know what inventories are. Okay, then we also talk about information on customer satisfaction, service problem, and many more. Okay, when it comes to marketing is really interested in customer satisfaction, because there's no way you can be offering things to people and they wouldn't be satisfied. That's also the reason in this kind of position that I am, that I'm also, let me say, lecturing. You are one way or the other like my customer, so I should know your level of satisfaction. That is why I ask that, do we do this? If you don't, if you think maybe I'm moving fast, you let me know so I slow down with my pace, etc. Okay, so like I was saying, when it comes to marketing, customer satisfaction is key, because we believe that, I believe Doc said this last time when the how do we call it, when we're defining marketing. Okay, it's important to satisfy customers. Okay, you have to think about what customer wants and give it to them, not just even satisfying them. You have to delight them, go above, like go beyond their satisfaction. Then we have service problems. What happened during services when you were talking to them? Just let's assume the way I'm teaching now. What happened? Because it's service, okay? I'm not offering any goods to you, okay? But I'm still delivering something, okay? So let's say what happened was that like a breakdown in internet? Was the internet bad? Did any machine have like any issue and all that? So those are, so far as the internal company records is concerned, those are where you get your marketing information from. Okay, another one is marketing intelligence. So when we talk about marketing intelligence, it's everyday information about developments in marketing environments that helps managers prepare and adjust marketing plan. Okay, so everyday information about developments in the marketing environment. So what are the new development that is happening in the marketing environment? What are the new thing? Now, when you see what is going on, there is AI, artificial intelligence. People are beginning to add artificial intelligence in the way they do their marketing. Okay, people are beginning to use automation. So when you test maybe a company right now, you automatically get response. Okay, so those are everyday information about development in the marketing environment. The marketing environment is so broad that you need to be current as to what is the new thing going on. If not, your competitors will be able to satisfy your customers, okay, and you will still be behind doing things in a traditional way. So that is also another way in which you can get your marketing information. Okay, then the third way in which you can get your marketing information is through marketing research. Okay, marketing research is very key when looking for information. In fact, not just when looking for MIS or anything. Even before you start a particular product, before you start selling a particular product, you have to ensure you go through what we call marketing research, because this will help you to know what people want and not just give them what you think they want. I hope that is clear. So when we talk about marketing research, okay, the function linking the customer and public to the marketer through information use. So, like I said, marketing research links the customers and the public to the marketer. So I am the marketer, I'm in the company, I don't know what the customer wants out there, okay? The customers are there, they don't know what I want. So marketing research is there to bridge that gap, okay? So when I involve myself in marketing research, I'm able to get those information that I am, like those information that I don't know about my customers, okay? And they are also able to get what they have always wanted. Meaning, if I'm done with the marketing research, at the end of the day, I give them what they want and they will like it, okay? And they they are saying that the function linking the customer and the public to the marketer through information used. Okay. So now what do marketing research, what does it do? Okay, to identify and define marketing opportunities and problems. I've explained that when I was talking about bridging the gap. Okay, to generate, refine, and evaluate marketing actions. Sometimes you really don't know what your customers want. Okay, so after marketing research, you know maybe we have a lot of Gen Zs in our as part of our customer base. Okay, so Gen Z, you know, if you want to do adverts for people of, let me say, 27 years and below or 28 years and below, when you want to, you won't really get them through TV. It's mostly recommended to go through social media like TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and all that. So this is what marketing research is there for. Okay, to monitor marketing performance. You know, marketing research will let you monitor your performance in the market, to know if you are going forward, if you are going back, to know if you are really able to conquer the market, if you're able to increase your market share or not. Marketing research is also there to help you monitor that. So when it comes to modern days marketing, let's say when you use social media to perform all these marketing activities, you are able to see the number of views on maybe your post. Maybe you are advertising a particular product on TikTok. You can see the number of views, the number of shares, the number of like, the number of comments and all that. So that will help you monitor your marketing performance. Okay. And also to improve understanding of marketing process. So, understanding marketing is interesting, but then you can't just stand on the knowledge. You have to keep improving how marketing works, how it evolves, what it entails, what you need to do in order to be able to satisfy your consumers or your customers. Okay. Then, when we talk about the marketing research process, the first is defining the problem and research objectives. Okay. Do not forget, we're talking about the sources of marketing information. Then we spoke about the first one, that is the internal company records. We've discussed the marketing intelligence. And the third one is the marketing research. Then under the marketing research, we are now talking about the process, okay, the marketing research process. So the first thing, as a marketer, if you want to undergo marketing research, the first thing you have to take into consideration, or the first thing you have to do, is to define the problem and research objectives. So what is the problem? What is the problem you're having at hand? Is it low sales? Is it what at all is a problem that you need a solution to? Then your objective, what are your objectives? Do you look to increase your sales by 20%, or you want to increase your profits by this margin, or you want to increase your market share by a certain percentage? Okay, so you define the problem and the research objectives. And the second step to undergo is developing research plan. Okay, when it comes to marketing research, you can't just stand up and start doing this and that. You have to do what we call developing research plan. So your research plan will tell you what to do, where to go to, what you are to undergo whilst you are doing your research, so that you just don't mess everything up in the process of undergoing your market research. Okay. And the third one is implementing the plan. So now that you've developed your research plan, you have to start implementing them. Okay. And now the fourth one is talking about interpreting and reporting the findings. So having implementing the plan, whatever you are going to get as maybe your results, you have to be able to interpret them. Okay, let's say you are a marketing manager, you've gone through all this thing, you have to be able to interpret them. Who are you interpreting it to? Maybe the shareholders, maybe the board of directors, maybe the top management of your organization, your bosses, something like that. Okay, then you should be able, not just interpreting what you find, you should also be able to report your findings. Okay, then we move on to defining the problem and research objective. Okay, defining the problem and research objective is the first step to undertake when you are the first step to take when you are undergoing market research, which is what does defining the problem and the research objectives entails. I've explained it earlier, but this is a write-up here. This is the task of the marketing manager and the researcher. Okay, some situation the marketing manager happens to be the researcher, but in other companies too, sometimes the marketing manager is different from the researcher. Okay, so as it is saying that when you are defining the problem and the research objective, it is something that should be done between the marketing manager and the researcher involved. Okay, and proper statement of problem is important to conducting successful research. You have to know your statement. What at all do you want to, like I said earlier, what at all do you want to achieve? You have to get a proper statement. Because if you don't have a statement of problem, it means that whatever you get as an outcome, you don't even know if it's really the problem that you are facing. Okay. Then, based on the problem statements, research objectives must be developed. Okay. So you have to develop your research objective based on the problem that you have. So what is the problem? Maybe there is a low sales, or maybe your products are not going out, or maybe you are making losses. Okay. You should be able to define that. And based on the losses that you are maybe getting, you should be able to write your objectives. Maybe your objective is, like I mentioned earlier, to increase your profit margin maybe by 15%, or to increase your market share, or to do so many more. Okay. You can either use exploratory research. Okay. Meaning you gather um preliminary information about an unknown that will help define the problem. Okay. You gather information, maybe the information that you know for now, about something that you don't know. Okay. That will help you define the problem. Then another common reason for conducting exploratory research is to test concepts before they are put in the marketplace. Also, a very costly endeavor. In concept testing, consumers are provided either with a written concept or a prototype for a new, revised, or repositioned product, service, or strategy. So this is to say that, let's say we are bringing in a new product in on board. Okay, we don't just rush it to the market and let people start buying. We create what we call prototype. Okay, so in marketing, let's say, let me use this basic information. Maybe I want to be selling spring rolls, right? Then, after bringing out, maybe I sell meat pie. Okay, now I realize that the meat pie is not going. I want to add another thing to my product line. Then I've thought of spring rolls. Okay, and now I won't just rush and produce large quantity and push it over to people to just be buying. I have to produce small quantity, and that small quantity in marketing is what we call prototype. Okay, you have your prototype. You take it to maybe some group of people who are your consumers. Let them have a taste of it. Let them try it and see if they like it. Okay, or if they still feel there need to be some changes. Maybe they don't like the feeling. Maybe they want you to change. Maybe they don't like veggies. Maybe some will prefer beans and all that. Okay, that is basically what exploratory research does. Okay, so now, like I was saying, it's not only when you don't bring a new prototype, you don't bring prototype out only when you are bringing a new product. Okay, so now let's take Kivo Gary as an example. Okay, um people are complaining that the sugar there is too much. Then we are trying to bring another one with low sugar, which they've done. But in doing it, they wouldn't rush it and start bringing it to the market. They will first give it to some group of people to have a taste, to know if the sugar is okay, what they think. Okay, that is why they said here that in concept testing, consumers are provided either with a written concept or a prototype for a new, so it can be a very new product. It can be a revised product. A revised product means, like, we've done it this way, but people don't like it. So we are trying to add more things to it for them to, or a repositioned product. Okay, service or strategy. When it comes to marketing, we don't deal with only goods that we can see. We also deal with service. Okay, service is the opposite of goods. So let's say if I'm selling Kivo Gari to you, whatever they are doing as a company, they are providing you with goods. Okay, but then when it comes to the what I'm doing as I'm teaching you, whatever I'm providing is what we call service. Okay, now when we talk about strategy is maybe something you've laid down, that these are the way in which we'll be going. These are things we are going to do. These are what this is the way forward now. Okay, so that is what concept testing involves when we talk about exploratory research. Then we have descriptive research. Okay, It describes the marketing problems, the situations or markets. Okay. With descriptive research, my network. I realized that I stopped sharing on the other one because of my network. Please hold on a bit for me whilst I fix that. Sorry about that. I'll continue whilst I try to fix um my machine here. Okay. I was talking about descriptive research. Okay. When we talk about descriptive research, it describes the marketing problems, the situations or markets. Okay. So you are describing what is a problem we have in the market as an organization. We sit down, we all describe it. That is the marketing manager and the researcher. They sit down and they try to come together and they decide as to, okay, this is how we should go, this is what should be done, this is how we are going. Okay. Then they also describe the situations. What is the situation of the market? How do people see our product? When we talk about our product, what comes to people's mind? Do they see us to be good? Do they see us to be bad? Do they see us to be behind other products? Okay. That is also another one. Or the market. When we talk about market in marketing, we are not talking about a physical market where you go and buy things. We are talking about the consumers, like people you sell to. So those are the markets we talk about. So when it comes to marketing and you hear market, we are not talking about a market, a physical market that you can see. Okay. We are talking about markets that we are talking about people that you sell to, okay, or people who are likely to buy whatever products that you are bringing to them, okay, that you are offering them. All right. Then we have causal research, okay. When it comes to causal research, it talks about testing hypothesis about cause and effect relationship. So with this one, you think about what leads to this. So if we do this, what will be the effect? So maybe this is happening. It's happening. Then this might be the result of this. Okay, that is what cause and effect is all about. Okay, so let's say if um we are not making sales, maybe we are not making sales because of so and so, then if you try to do this, this will be our result. Okay, so what um that is what please, I'm coming. I'm trying to share my screen, but I don't know. I'm still having some issue with it. So I don't know if I should continue or I should wait when I do it. Please, what do you suggest I do? Should I fix it or I should just continue? Hello. Hello.
Hi.
I said I'm trying to fix something here. So I don't know if what do you suggest? Should I continue without the slide being shared or I should just wait till I fix that then we continue?
I think if we had
Kindly,
a copy like we could have followed from your end.
All right.
it helps.
So then let's take it a 5 minute break whilst I try to do that.
Okay.
Okay, madam.
Please, can we continue?
Yes, madam.
All right. Thank you. So, like I was saying, that when we talk about causal research, okay, it's involved testing hypothesis, okay. So, in research, when it comes to testing hypothesis, you write your null hypothesis and all those stuff. Probably maybe you've done it in research work, okay. Um, It's basically talking about cause and effect, okay? Just like the name entails. If I do this, or as an organization, this will lead to this, or the doing of this will give this. So, meaning if this is being implemented, then it will give us this, okay? So, that is what the cultural research is all about. Then the second step to undertake when you are doing marketing research, the second one is developing research plan. Okay, so this includes three major tasks. The first one, determining information needed. You need to know the information you need. So you can't just develop research plan without you knowing the information that you will need. Okay. You determine the information needed. So what at all do you want as an organization? What at all is the information that you think you would like to know? Okay. That is the first thing you do when you are trying to develop your research plan. And the second one is developing a plan for gathering the information efficiently. So, which plan are you going to undertake? So, which plan are you going to put into place? Which measures are you going to put into place in order to gather your information efficiently? Remember, when it comes to marketing, you need accurate information in order to be able to serve the consumers very, very well. So you have to develop a plan for gathering your information efficiently, and also presenting the plan to the marketing management. Okay. You also have to find a way to present whatever plan you've come about, whatever plan you've developed. You have to know how you are going to present it to the marketing management. Okay. And then we have um, research objective must be translated into specific information needs. Your objective must not be too wild, okay? So let's say your objective is to increase sales. To increase sales by what? How many percentage, okay? If you say to increase sales, it's too wild. Because meaning, let's say before you were making maybe an example, you were making 8,000 Ghana cedis and you said to increase sales. Meaning if next time you make 8,100, you've achieved your objective. But that is not what you have to do so far as this research is concerned. You are to give a specific objective. Okay, your objective must be translated into a specific information need. So we want to get it by maybe this percentage, maybe by 40%, maybe by 50%, and all that. Then an example is consumer usage pattern. Okay, consumer attitude towards new products and forecast of sales. Okay, so now you have to know your consumer usage pattern. How do they use your products? So let's say how do they use? Do they buy it on weekly basis? Do they buy it monthly basis or yearly basis? Okay. Then their attitude toward the new product. So now that you've brought a new product, how are they embracing it? Are they buying it? Are they like leaving it just to buy from competitors, or they are buying still the previous one that you've done? Okay. And also how to forecast sales. So based on when we could talk about sales forecasting, is you check your previous sales and your current sales, and that should be able to help you to forecast what you sell maybe for the next 1 month or for the next 3 years. It depends on the number of months or the duration involved. Okay, then we talk about type of data. So when you are developing a research plan, you should know the type of data that are involved. Which data are you going for? Are you going for primary data, or you are going for secondary data? But you have to put one thing in mind, is that anytime you are going to collect your data, you should know if it is primary data, it means that information collected for the specific purpose at hand from respondents, meaning you were able to talk to your respondents like face to face, or maybe you've sent them there maybe either you are using the survey, or you are using interview. With interview, maybe you are conducting it via Zoom, or you see them, you go to them, or they come to you, or better still, you send questionnaires to them and let them answer it. So those are primary data, meaning you are taking it. It's like you created it, you are giving it to them, and they are giving you feedback instantly. But when we talk about secondary data, information that already exists somewhere, meaning some people have already collected the information. Okay, you are just going to them to take it. Some are available on internet. Okay, maybe you are just going to click and type in some site and just download it. So example is, maybe you want to know about the you want to know, maybe you sell to, let's say there is a firm, okay, firm A, okay, you sell to firm A, all right, and now you need information from people in firm A. You take data, maybe you want to know their salary, how much they are paying to taxes and all that. Then you give it to, you send your questionnaires to them, they fill it, or you conduct interview and they tell you. Those are primary data. Okay, but when it comes to secondary data, meaning that their company or maybe another research firm have already collected all this information and it's on internet. So you are just going to take those information. Please, I hope the difference between primary and secondary data is clear.
Yes, please.
All right. So we have developing research plan. When it comes to developing research plan, we're still on it. Another thing you have to take into consideration is planning primary data collection. When you are going to collect your primary data, I've already explained this one whilst I was explaining the primary data. So what method are you going to use in collecting your primary data? Okay, one, we have research approaches. Observational research, okay, gathering of primary data by observing relevant people, action, and situation. So the observational research talks about, let's say, you want to know how well a company is making sales. So how well are they patronizing a day? Then you go there, you sit down in a corner, you now observe how customers are trooping in and trooping out. Okay, what they are buying, how how they are buying, how often are they going into the company, how are they buying. So that is what we call the observational research. Okay, so you observe, just like the name implies, you basically observe relevant people, actions, and situations. Okay. Then we have the survey research. Okay, you got a gathering of primary data by asking people questions about their knowledge, attitude, preference, and buying behavior. It's just me coming to you that, okay, what do you think about this particular product? Do you like it? How often do you buy it? What is your preference? Will you prefer Milo, or you would like to go for this way? Those kind of questions, you see, those are the survey research. Okay, you know their buying behavior. How often are they buying? Do they buy weekly? Do they buy monthly? You try to ask them so many questions. So that is the survey research. Remember, the first one is observational research. You observe, you basically see relevant people, you observe relevant people, actions and situation. But when it comes to the survey, with this one, you ask questions, you don't observe, you ask questions, you try to be inquisitive. Okay, you ask questions, you want to know, would you have preferred this to this, would you have wanted this to this, and all that. Okay, then the second one is talking about experimental research. Okay, gathering causal information to explain cause and effects. Okay, you gather causal information, what causes something, then you try to explain that, okay, this is happening because this causes, this is happening as a result of this. Okay, so that is what the experimental research is all about. Then we move on to contact method. How are you contacting those people that will answer your primary data? In, let's say you are trying to collect your primary data, sorry. How are you going to contact your respondents? People who will answer, how are you going to contact them? So we have the mail questionnaire. Will you send it to their mail so that when they see it, they will download it, they will fill it, and they will resend it back to you? Or you call them on phone. Hello, we are calling from so and so company. We would like to know your information. We'd like to know if you'll be available to talk to us this product, this product. Or personal interviews. You go to them, you sit by them. Hello, please, will you be able to avail yourself for this quick interview about our company? The person says yes. Okay, we are following all ethical procedures. We would like to let you know that whatever you tell us, your identity will not be exposed and all that. Then you proceed to interview them. Okay, that is what we call the personal interviews. Then when it comes to the personal interview, we have the individual interview. Okay, so it involves the interviewer talking with a person at a time. So if I want to know your view about something, then I call you on phone, or better still, I in you come, you sit by me, or I sit by you, only one person. Then I ask you, what do you think about code? What do you think about UCC? What are your view? What do you think? This and this and this. So that is individual interview. Then we have the focus group interview. With a focus group interview, you have about 6 to 10 people, okay, in an informal setting group. So they are seated and you are with them. But just that it has to have like a trained moderator. The person has to be well trained to be able to talk to this group of people. So you sit down, you ask them, okay, my dear people, welcome. I'd like to proceed to interview you. All ethical things have been duly followed. Your identities will not be revealed at the end of this interview. Can you please tell me what you think about UCC? What do you think about this course? What do you think about this? What can we, So that is what the focus group interview is all about. So the difference between the individual interview and the focus group interview is that the interviewer talks to only one person, but the focus group, a trained moderator, talks to about 6 to 10 people, okay? Then we have sampling plan. Okay, so before we talk about the sampling plan as a whole, the first thing we have to know is what we call sample. Okay, sample, a segment of the population selected to represent the population as a whole. So this is an example. Maybe I want to know information about the University of Cape Coast. Okay, I would not, it's impossible for me to interview or send how do I say, or send questionnaires to all the students in this school. Okay, meaning I have to get a number of them. Okay, when it comes to research, we have Cressy and Morgan, who were able to come up with the number of sample. Okay, let's say the sample size to get when you are dealing with some listed numbers of population. So now let's say I want to interview UCC students. So UCC students are what we call my population. So they are the big number. Now my sample is, maybe I'll get some few of them. Maybe I've decided to interview the level 100, or I've just decided to interview from this department or something like that. Okay, so they will be representing UCC, or better still, I decide to interview 368 students. They will represent the entire population of UCC. So we have sampling units. Okay, who are the respondents of the research, which I explained using the UCC and all. We have sampling size. How many respondents? Just like what Christian Morgan said, how many respondents? They said if you're having, I think, about 40,000 population, you should use 368 respondents to represent those 40,000. Okay, so that is what sampling size is all about. Then we have the sampling procedure. How are the respondents chosen? So how will you choose people that will answer your questionnaire? How do you choose them? Do you just go by choosing people like, let me just choose this, she's my friend, okay, come and respond. Okay, I know this one, come and respond. How are you choosing them? Okay, So there are procedure in which we do. The first one is called the probability sampling, and the second one is called the non-probability sampling. Okay, then we have the um okay, we have the research instruments. So what is your research instrument? Okay, we have under that we have the questionnaire. Are you using a closed-ended questions, or you are using open-ended question? Okay, closed-ended questions include all possible answers and respondent to make choice about them. So example of a closed-ended question is what is your level of education? Then I write um primary school, this secondary school certificate, degree holder, PhD, so and so, masters this, PhD that. So meaning that I want you to select from the listed the numbers of how should I say, possible answers that I've given you. You have to make a choice from it, okay? But when it comes to open-ended, I don't tell you the answer. I let you choose. So maybe in few words, how do you think we can make this program better, or how do you think we can do to enhance how education or how service is being delivered to students in UCC? So you write your own point of view. So that is what we call the open-ended questions. Then we have mechanical devices. Okay, we have the pulpimeter, the galvanometers, the supermarket checkouts, and scanners. Okay, so these are, I wish I could see a picture. Okay, there is a picture here. So all these are, okay, this is what the scanner looks like. I hope you can see. When you go to buy things from the supermarket, they usually scan to know, maybe, okay, mostly to get the name of the product, the price of the product, and all that. So when they scan, automatically they get it appears on maybe the machine that they will use to process your, how do we call it, your receipt. Okay, so when they scan like that, all the information, they scan the barcode, all the information about that particular product that will help them to serve the customer appears on their computer, and they proceed to add the number of products that you are buying. Okay, then we'll continue. We have um presenting the research plan, which is um the third step in the marketing research. So the developed research plan will have to be summarized in a written research proposal and presented to management. Okay, so research proposal is important in every form of research you try to entail. So with a research proposal, you write a lot. You write about what has the background of the story, what has brought about you trying to do this research. Okay, the background of the story, what are your research questions, what are your objective, what are your research hypotheses. You write all those things. Okay, then you put them together. In also, whilst you are in your research proposal, you also talk about your population, your sample size, your, all those that we explained earlier will be included in your research proposal. How are you trying to get your your sample? Are you using the probability or the non-probability? Okay, to get them, we have the stratified, we have the purposive, we have the simple, we have the simple sampling, and many more like that. Okay, under the probability and non-probability, we have various examples there, so you can kindly do more research on that. Okay, so you add them all to your research proposal and you present it to your management. So now back to the content of the research proposal. Like I was saying earlier, So we have the research topic. What is your topic? The research, the problem statement, okay, and objective. So what are your research objective? A reviewed literature, okay? You talk about a particular thing that has been done, literature review, okay? That is like the chapter 2 when you are doing your research work. So you talk about the literature review, okay? You have the literature review has three parts. We have the theoretical, the empirical, and the conceptual. Okay, those three parts you write them. They involve different things that should be there. You add them to your research proposal. Sources and method of data collection. What are your sources? Are you using primary data? Are you using secondary? I explained this. Which method are you using? Are you using telephone? Are you using face to face? Are you using personal interview, focus? What are you using? Method of data analysis. How are you going to analyze your work? Which software are you going to use in analyzing? Okay. Which way are you going to? Okay. Which software are you using? There are various software there. There is Amos. Amos is there. There's this one. SPSS, yes, SPSS is also there. Those methods you use in analyzing your data, okay, should also be included in your research proposal. Then activity work plan. How are you going to work? So maybe you can, maybe in the very first month or in the first month, you can you'll be able to work on your chapter 1 in maybe the next 2 months in addition. Or let's say you are starting, we are in June, so let's say you are using the whole of June to work on your chapter 1. Okay, then you talk about the next one, let's say in July. So July, and the next month after that you are going to work on um your literature review. Then it continues like that. That is what the activity or the work plan is all about. Then we have the budget. How much will you need? How much will be involved in all these research you'll be doing? Okay, you'll be printing questionnaires. You'll be moving from one place to the other to give to talk to the questionnaires, sorry, the respondents. So those ones are the budget that you have to include in your research proposal. And also, the next step in the marketing research is the implementing the plan, okay? Implementing the plan. This involves this involves collecting, processing, and analyzing data collected. Okay, meaning you have your data there already. Before you get to this stage, it means your data is already there. You have to collect, you have to analyze them. Okay, you process them, you analyze them. Okay, all the data you've collected in order to get something meaningful out of it. Okay, then the next stage, the last stage, talk about interpreting and reporting the findings. How are you going to interpret and report the findings you've made, your research findings? Okay, the first one, the thing to do is it involves interpreting, just like it said, research findings, drawing conclusion, and reporting the findings to the management. So you've done your research, you've gotten what you want. Okay, now you make it in a PowerPoint, and during the meeting, you show it to your bosses or the management. So some they will use chats, let them know. The chat I'm talking about can be either some will use pie chart, Instagram, bar chart, to let them know that okay, this is where we stand, this is where we can get to, this is the where we've been able to conquer and all that. It depends on what the researcher prefers. Okay, so you let them know that by running this and this is the mean, this is what the outcome is talking about. So that is basically what interpreting and reporting the findings entails. Okay, then we talk about sales forecasting. This involves applying research techniques to finding answers to questions related to marketing. So you apply research techniques, those we mentioned earlier, to finding answers to questions related to marketing. Okay, you need to know more about you need to know more about whatever you have in your organization. So when it comes to marketing, you want to know if people are buying more, if your marketing campaign is effective, if your advertisement is effective, if your selling promotion is working, and all that. So with the sales forecasting, you apply the marketing techniques to answer those questions. Please, do we get it up to this point before I continue? Hello.
Yes, madam.
Please, can I continue?
Please continue.
All right. Thank you. So, breakdown forecasting. Okay. So, you break down the forecasting. The forecaster begins with large scales estimates and works down to industry-wide firm and product estimates. So this is to say that you have when you are forecasting, okay, when you are doing your sales forecasting, you take the industry wide, okay, before you now narrow it down to the firm. Okay, so let's say, what is this industry estimating? So let me take the telecommunication industry as an example. So now, all together in Ghana, what are we estimating? Okay, you write it down. What are we estimating? Okay, now when it comes to let's say I work with telecell. So when we come to telecell, what are we seeking to achieve, or what are we seeking to get? Then it comes to our product. Let's say with telecell, they have their cash. I don't know. I know it as Vota cash. I don't know if it's now telecell cash. I don't know about that. So let's assume it's telecell cash, which I hope so. So you now narrow it down to a product estimate. So we expect to be let's say this our telecell cash. We expect to get this amount of this. So you see how we how we were able to narrow it down. So we started from the industry, then we brought it back to the firm, then the products. So this is how to break down forecasting. In order not to do wrong forecasting, you can't just start and be like, this is what I want. So let's say a particular total amount of my this let me use this a bit different example, but giving the same idea. So let's say UCC has been given $50,000, okay, as a whole, okay, $50,000. That's a wild example. Then you as an individual, they've given it to the research team, okay, to do more research, okay. Then you in your little department, then you are now saying that, oh, with this 50,000 there, or let's say they've given $1 million, okay, to the universities in Ghana, and you as a little department in somewhere in the University of Cape Coast, you are beginning to estimate how much you get. Meanwhile, you have to narrow it down from the top. So we have big universities. Legon will take their share, KNUST will take theirs, UCC before we will take ours, UNER and UPSA, GIMPA, they will take theirs. Then you bring it back to your firm. Okay, now let's say after they've shared, we are having, let's say, $200,000 for UCC to be able to undergo their research work. Okay, now with $200, how will it go? There are faculties in the school. There are faculties, there are schools. So faculty of law, school of business is there, and many more. Okay, there are colleges too, College of Distance Education, and many more. Okay, so now this money have to be distributed to all these colleges shared among them. Before now, it will be narrowed down into departments or units in the respective colleges or schools or faculties. Okay, that is what the breakdown entails. Then we talk about build-up forecasting. So with the build-up forecasting, you start by, okay, UCC, we are to get this, or let's say that my company, this is what we want to get. Then you start moving. It's just the opposite of the breakdown forecasting. Okay, for breakdown, you start from the top, you start dividing it, like making it small, small till you get down. But with a build up, you start small till you make it bigger. Okay. Then we have the levels of forecasting. The levels of forecasting. The first one talks about the market potential. So maximum possible sales for an entire industry in a given period for a specific geographic area or segment. So the maximum possible sales, okay, market potential. So when we talk about market potential, we talk about the maximum possible sales for an entire industry in a given period or a specific geographical area or market segment. So let's say let's say we are taking this industry, how much or how much sales is possible. Okay, let me take it this way. Now that we have let's take a university, a secondary school at this Adel, okay, and UCC as an organization. So for the next academic year, there will be students that will be coming. So now let's see at this Adel and assume that, okay, that school, how many students can we get, okay, to come to our school? That is the market potential. Or you look at the whole of Accra and be like, from this, how many people can come to this school? Okay, let's say you are selling people and you look around and like, how many people can even patronize me out of this number of people? I hope you get it. That is what we call market potential. Okay. Are we okay? Hello.
Yes, madam.
Please, can I continue?
Yes, please.
All right. So like I was saying about market potential, I said is the possible sales, is the maximum possible sales for an entire industry in a given period for a specific geographical area or market segment. Like what I was saying, that assuming we students that are in level 3, in form 3, that will be writing their WASI, who want to come to UCC. Okay, so period of time is just this period, this academic year, um for the next academic, sorry, for the next academic year. So that is the period, a given period of time, the specific geographical area. So I've selected students in or schools in Cape Coast, or better still, I've selected a particular secondary school in Cape Coast, which is Adisadel. So the number of students that can become our this one, our students in the next academic year is what we term as the market potential. Then we have the sales potential. Possible and maximum possible sales of a particular product for a firm in a given period for a specific geographical area. So this one is a bit different from this. This is called market potential. But this is rather sales potential. It's talking about maximum possible sales of a particular product. Okay. This one is talking about of maximum possible sales for an entire industry. But this is rather talking about the sales potential is talking about maximum possible sales of a particular product for a firm. Okay, not the industry. A firm is involved in a given period for a specific geographical area or market segment. Then we have sales forecast. Okay, actual sales volume a firm expects during a given period as dedicated as dictated by resource constraint. It is usually lower than sales potential. So sales forecast is basically about you saying, like you said, the sales volume. So how many are you looking? How many students are we looking at? Maybe we are looking at 50,000 from at this side, or maybe we are looking at maybe 500 students, maybe 300 students. Okay, but with this one, it is usually lower than a sales potential because the sales potential deals with the firm, so it's bigger. But with a sales forecast, you are talking about the volume. So meaning the fact that somebody will say, okay, let me use this. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow is Father's Day. They said some people will wish and it'll be like, happy Father's Day to potential Father's Day. Yes, you are potential. Doesn't mean you will be a father. Okay. So that's the difference. So when you are potential, so many potentials Father's Day, but few fathers, okay, because when it comes to the potential, even those who don't have children, they are all potential. Okay. But then when it comes to the father, when you take the fathers out of the potential, you see that the fathers are lesser than the potential fathers. So it's still the same thing that is being used here. Okay. So just apply and you are good to go. Forecasting methods, survey of buyer's intention. So you directly asking buyers what they would do in given periods or under given circumstances. So you basically go to the buyers and ask them that if you are to buy this or this, or if you are to buy this, will you buy it? Or are you likely to choose a different one? Or are you likely to go for a different product? So that is what the survey of buyer's intention. You want to know the intention of the buyer. What are they thinking about? What are their intention? Then we have composite of sales force opinion. Okay, asking salespeople to estimate sales by product for their individual territories. Okay, the estimates are added up to arrive at an overall sales forecast. So we have salespeople. Okay, as an organization, there are salespeople everywhere, okay, that are involved. So now let's use this example. When you are buying forms to come to the University of Cape Coast, there are various places where you buy. People go to the bank, people go to the cash office, in various banks, okay, that's where you can get it from. So if you want to know, like you want to estimate the sales, okay, we just have to tell those banks in Ghana everywhere that how many forms or how many vouchers vouchers have you like sold to people. So when they tell us, from there we can estimate that, okay, based on the fact that we sold so and so out in general, we can expect this number of students in our school. So that is what that is about. So the estimates are added up to arrive at an overall sales forecast, which I said you bring them all together to arrive at a sales forecast, okay? To be able to forecast the number of students that will come to school, the number of students that will come, and how the number of fees they are going to pay when the investor is involved. This is how it is done. Okay. Then we have expert opinion. Forecasts are obtained from experts such as dealers, distributors, suppliers, marketing consultants, and trade associations. So when you go to these people, you can be able to forecast properly, to do your sales forecast there. So just go to the dealer or to the distributor that, oh, how many products have you distributed to your retailers? Can you please tell us? To the suppliers, how many have you supplied to people? Okay. And it continues like that. So when you do that, you'll be able to do your sales forecast. Then we have trend extension, extending past experience into the future. So example is here, if sales have increased by 2% each year for the past 5 years, a 2% increase is forecast for next year, all other things being equal. So let's say you are having a business, okay, and you've been making an increase in sales of 2% every year. You make 2% every year. You make 2%. You tell yourself that all things be equal, next year too, you are going to make an increase of 2%, because based on what has been happening before, that is the same thing that will, like, is likely to happen, all things being equal. So far as nothing come in between, so far as you don't die, so far as the company does not collapse, the 2% is there. Then another one is analysis of market for factors. Okay, analysis of market factors is used when there is an association between sales and another variable, that is population. So a factor shows the relation of a variable to the item being forecast. Then a market factor index is a combination of several factors to arrive at a given figure. So when you talk about the factor, it shows the relation of a variable to the item being forecast. So we have an item we want to forecast, okay? But when a factor is involved, the factor shows, like we say here now, population. So now, if the population increases, there is a probability that whatever we are selling will increase. So let's say if our customer increases, then our sales will go up. If our customer goes down, then our sales is likely to also come down. Okay, that is what the factor is all about. The market factor index is a combination of several factors. So meaning several things. Let's say there is inflation, there is war, there is this, all these can come together to make your sales go down in the nearest future. Or if the economy is stable, if everything is going well, all this can come together to ensure that your sales goes up. Okay, go up. That is what that means. Then we have time series analysis techniques. That's also another way, another forecasting method. Okay, these are techniques that deal with variations resulting from from fluctuating economy variables and other uncontrollable factors, like what I said earlier. Assuming there is war in a given country, it shows that their things will be going down because the economy is not stable. Okay, so they are uncontrollable. You can't control flood. If flood should happen, when corona happened, sorry, you can't control like what will happen. There were lockdown, so many businesses had to close down, and many more. Okay, so these are what the uncontrollable factors are all about. Talking about the time series, when the time series analysis is involved. Okay, then we have, under the time series analysis again, we talk about um the techniques. Okay, the techniques, these are techniques that deal with variation. Okay, still the same thing has been repeated here. We have time, the difference, the techniques. The first one is time series. Okay, and we also have a leading series. When we talk about time series, there are historical records of fluctuations in the economic variable. Historical is in the past. So last year this happened, last year this was spent, last year this was made. Then we have a leading series. It's a time series. Leading series is a time series that changes in the same direction but ahead of the series to be forecast. Example is income. So when your income changes, you are likely to also change how you purchase products or things you purchase. Okay, so those are leading series. So if the economy goes well, and there is inflation is being controlled, there are also what we call leading series. Okay, if all those ones are controlled, you obtain a promotion at work. You've obtained promotion at work. All together are all leading series, because the money you get will go higher, and you are likely to increase whatever you buy or whatever you do. So this also help those involved in forecasting to be able to forecast. um it's also like a forecasting techniques they use. Okay, so they use the time series or they use the leading series. Those are the techniques when the time series analysis is concerned. Then we have decision support system, that is DSS, a computer program that makes it easy for marketing managers to get and use information as they are making decisions. I think this is self-explanatory. It's a computer program that makes it easy for marketing managers to use and to use information or to access information and use them when they are about making decisions. Okay. So as a group, we are to outline the merits and demerits of the following research contact methods. You can take a screenshot of that. I don't know if Dr. J will ask you to do it or not, but since this is part of the slide that was sent to me, so I'll advise maybe a screenshot or something like that is made. So we are done with chapter 4. Please, any question at this point? We'll take a 10-minute break, then we'll continue with the next chapter. So if there's any question, as I now kindly ask so that we address it before we go on break. Please, is there any question? Madam Elizabeth, Mr. Yeboah, Madam, no, Mr. Aminu, I hope I'm correct. Then we have Mr. Abbas.
Please, I don't
Mr.
have any
Abbas,
question.
are you sure? We have Madam Felicia, Mr. Edward, and Madam Puma. Please, any question before we continue?
Please, for me, the explanation have gone well with me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's take 10-minute break. So technically, the 10-minute break should be so we'll be back at 1:58. So let's make it 12. So when it's 2, then we start with the next one. Okay, so let's take a break. I think our 12 minutes break is over, so we can continue with what we're doing. So the next topic we'll be handling now is market segmentation, targeting, and positioning. I heard Dr. J was talking about this earlier, so I want to know if this is what you did last week or this. I heard him talking about it, so I want to know, is this what you did last week so that I can take the next one? Maybe I opened the wrong slide or something. Madam Felicia, please, those that joined the class last week. Hello.
Hi.
Was this what Doc spoke about the other time, or this, or you've not done this?
No, please, we've not done it yet.
All right, thank you. So, like I said earlier, the next topic, which is topic 5, will be on market segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Okay. So the outline of the presentation, we will talk about the meaning of market, types of market, market segmentation, dimensions of market segmentation, market targeting, target market selection strategies, market positioning, and positioning strategies. So we'll start with the meaning of market. Remember when I was talking earlier, I said when it comes to marketing, when they say market, they are not talking about a physical market. This is not, they're not talking about a physical market that you can walk to, okay? So Kotler and some group of people in 1999 defined what a market is. Okay, they say market, the set of all actual and potential buyers of a product or service. So the set of all actual and potential buyers, okay, of a product or service. So let's say, let's take UCC as an example. Okay, when we talk about the actual, you are market, so far as UCC is concerned, you are market. Those those who are in the secondary school now that they are yet to start to come to the university, they are also markets, okay, because they are potential buyers. There is a probability that they will come to the school and be students, okay, according to Kotler et al. In 1999. Okay, they said market is the set of all actual and potential buyers of a product or service, okay. Then Kurtz and Bond in 2006 said that the group of people with sufficient purchasing power, authority, and willingness to buy. You know, the difference between this is that Kurtz and Bonds are saying that they have to have what? The willingness to buy, meaning you can't call someone, according to this definition, you can't call someone or a group of people markets if they don't have the willingness to buy your product, okay, and also if they don't have sufficient purchasing power or authority, okay. Then we move on to the type of markets, okay. When we talk about the types of markets, products are usually classified as either consumer products or business products. So in marketing, we have what we call consumer products or business products, okay. You know more as we continue. Consumer products are bought by ultimate consumers for personal use, such as cell phones, DVDs, biscuits, cake, laptop, etc. So those are consumer products. As consumers, you are buying it for your own personal consumption, okay? Those are what we call consumer products. Then we have business products. Business products are goods and services purchased for use either directly or indirectly in the production of other goods and services for resale. So let's say you want to make bread, okay, or you sell bread. you go and buy yeast outside. So those yeast that you buy serve as what? Business products, because they will help you in the production of goods and services for resale. Okay. Then let's talk about the types of markets. The first one, which we have potential markets, okay? The set of consumers who profess some level of interest in a particular product or service. So when we talk about potential markets, is that they have interest in the level of, they have, let's say, some level of interest in the particular products or services that we are having in the organization. So, like, since we've started, you see that I've been using UCC as an example, because that is like the most practical example that I can give you and will be less confusing. Okay. So now, when we are talking about the potential markets for UCC, potential markets are: one, the secondary students who are looking forward to start the university for the next academic year. So those who are done with their secondary school but are still at home, okay, that will be buying the forms. And those that are in school, that will be buying their waiting forms. And those that are done with the university, that they would like to come back and do their postgraduate, or those who have masters that they want to those who are done with their degree and they would like to come for their masters, or those who are done with their masters and would like to come for the PhD. So all those ones are what we call potential markets. Okay. So we have available markets. Available markets, they are the set of consumers who have interest, income, and access to a particular product or service. So you should see that some things are underlined here. They are in red. Okay. Those are what differentiates the types of markets. Those are what differentiate the type of markets. So when we talk about the available markets, we said that the customers, this set of customers, they should have what we call interest. Okay, they should have income and they should have access. So if you have income, you have interest, and you don't have access to a particular product, then you are not an available market to a particular organization. Okay, you should have interest. If I don't have interest in UCC, assuming I'm in secondary school, I don't have interest in UCC, I don't have the money to pay UCC's fees, and I also don't have the access to the school, I can't call myself an available market. But if I have interest, thank you very much. Thank you. So if I have interest in the school, okay, that means I'm a potential market. But what will make me an available market, or make me and other people available markets, are when we have interest, when we have income, and we have access. Okay. Then we have qualified available markets. So qualified available markets are set of consumers who have interest, income, access, and qualifications. You see that as time goes on, we keep adding. Okay. The first one is just level of interest. The second one is talking about interest, income, and access. Now we move to interest, income, access, and qualifications for a particular product or service. What qualification am I talking about? You want to come to UCC, okay? You have the interest, you have the income, and you have the access, okay? But then, please excuse me. So sorry about that. Like I was saying that when it comes to qualified available markets, okay, so I was trying to pick an example that I have interest in coming to UCC, okay, I have income, assuming that I'm done with my university, okay, and I'm now going to buy my master's form, okay. Now I have interest, meaning I have interest, okay, I have income as well. I have money that can pay the fees, okay? I have access to the university, okay? But I don't have the qualifications. What are the qualifications that I'm talking about? So, maybe I graduated with a pass, okay? But with pass, you can't do masters, okay? So, when I don't have the qualification, it means I'm not a qualified available market. I am just an available market, okay? So that is the difference between everything. Another example is there are some products that let's take alcohol for example. You should reach a certain age before you start taking alcohol. So if this company should start these um advert about alcohol, though as somebody below 18 you might have interest, you might have income or access, but you are not qualified to take alcohol at that age. So based on that, you are not a qualified available market, okay? So now we have served market, okay? Served market is also the same as target market. Okay, they're part of the qualified available market, okay, that a firm decides to pursue. So this available market here, those who have the interest, the income, and the access, okay, the part of them that we've decided to what to pursue. So example is we have people that have income, they have interest, income, and access to our product, and we've decided that these people, we want to start advertising to them so that they will buy. Example is this insurance company and all that. They are there, they know that okay, they need people to come to register for the insurance program or whatever. So they go to those particular people to talk to them, okay? So they've decided to they've decided to pursue them. So they are what we call the served market or the target market. They've decided that okay, these are the particular people we want to go after. These are the particular people we want them to buy whatever we are selling. Okay. Now we have penetrated markets. In marketing, when we talk about penetrated markets, we talk about a set of customers who have already bought a particular product or service. Okay, so you've already bought a particular product, and just like you now, you're already in UCC, so you are all penetrated markets so far as UCC is concerned. Okay, you're already our students, you have tasted what UCC looks like, so makes you the penetrated market. Please, I hope the types are understood.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. So now we'll continue to the types of customers. Do not forget what I spoke about earlier was the type of market. Now we are talking about the types of customers, okay? One, we have consumer market, business market, reseller market, institutional market, government market, international market. Okay, so consumer market is just like consumers. I spoke about the consumer market and the business market, and the consumer markets are just people who consume the thing for themselves. So they are the consumer market. Then the business market, those who buy our product and use it to produce their own thing. Okay, reseller market, they will buy what we are selling and go and resell it to people. Institutional market, okay, institutions, companies. UCC is an institutional market. Then we have government market. The government, they buy things from other people or from some company. Then we have international market. So talk about people outside a country. So people outside Ghana who are interested in whatever we have here. So they are international markets. Then two options available to marketers. So as a marketer, what are the options that are available to you? We have mass marketing, using almost the same products, okay? Using almost the same products, promotion and distribution for all marketers. That is to say, for all customers. That is to say that you do not change anything. You just advertise, you do promotion. Um, so you use the same product, the same promotion, and the same distribution for all customers. You do not segregate them. You do not target a particular people. You just go straight, all of them. You start pouring them. You start giving them your product. You start doing promotion to them. Okay, that's what we call mass marketing. Then we have target marketing. Note that there is difference between target market, which I spoke about here, the served market or the target market. There is difference between target market and target marketing. Okay, target marketing means directing a firm's effort towards serving one or more groups of customers sharing common needs or characteristics. A target market is a group of people to whom a firm decides to direct its marketing efforts. You see, they are trying to let you know what target market is, because mostly it confuses people. So a target market here is a group of people to whom a firm decides to direct its marketing efforts and its marketing efforts too. Okay, so like I said, we've seen that the university secondary school leavers or secondary school certificate holders who want to come to UCC. So they are what we call our target market. So we've decided to pursue them. Okay, so those are our target markets. We know that they can definitely come and purchase whatever we are selling. But target marketing is you direct the firm's effort towards serving one or more groups of customers, sharing common needs or characteristics. So there are types of customers that share the same needs or characteristics. So you direct the firm's effort towards serving them, meaning you focus on them, you give them the product, you do promotion for them, you do distribution to them. Okay, not the whole country but a particular part of them. So let me take an example. So MTN is doing mass marketing, giving us the same product, the same promotion and distribution to everybody. Okay, but let's say there is a telecommunication company that only give let's say sell to only companies. Okay, then that is what we call target marketing. Rather than focusing on everyone, they've decided to just choose a selected groups of people who need internet and they are giving it to them. I hope it is understandable. So we have steps in target marketing.
Madam, please, can you go over the target market and then the target marketing?
Okay. So for the target market, which is also the same thing as the served market, okay, is the part, this is one example, one definition, which is also similar to the other one. So that the part of the qualified available market that a firm decides to pursue. Okay, meaning that you've seen those people, let's say, excuse me, a target market is a group of people to whom a firm decides to direct its marketing efforts and ultimately its goods and services. Okay, so now when we talk about a target market, let's say our targets now are secondary school students who will be writing their WASI this year. Okay, so they are our target market. So what do? We direct our marketing efforts to them. We start advertising to them. We start doing promotion to them. Okay, because they are those that we are interested in. Okay, because they are our target market. They are those that we want, that yes, this group of people, we want them to come to school, to our school. So those are the target markets. So those group of people okay, to whom a firm decides to direct its marketing efforts and ultimately it's goods and services. Those are our target market. So let's take secondary school students, for instance, those in Form 3. So they are our target market. So we want to advertise to them, okay? We want to talk to them for them to buy UCC forms and come to our school. But now when we come to target marketing, okay, it's about you direct the firm's effort towards serving one or more groups of customers who are sharing common needs and characteristics. So far as UCC is concerned, when you are in Form 3, you buy awaiting, meaning if we are to involve in target marketing, we will pick you in, we will add you to the basket. Then, if you are done with secondary school but you've not yet gone to the university, we will add you to the basket. If you are done with university, okay, and you are now planning to do your postgraduate, that's your master's, we'll add you to the basket. Then if there's also, and you are done with your master's, then you are considering to go for a PhD, okay, we'll add you to the basket. And the moment we start doing advertisement to the four of you, okay, then we are doing what we call target marketing. Do we get it?
Yes, madam. Thank you.
All right. So that's the difference between target market and target marketing. Okay. So what are the steps you go through when you are targeting, when you are involving in what we call target marketing? One, identify basis for segmenting the market. Let me see if it's explained further here. Okay, it's explained further. So identify basis for segmenting the market, develop profiles of resulting segments, develop measures of segment attractiveness, select a target segment, develop positioning for each target segment, develop a marketing mix for each target segment. Okay, then when we talk, we are back to our target marketing. When we talk about target marketing, what does it comprise? Please, I'm coming. So when we talk about target marketing, what does it involve? So target marketing is like a basket, okay, which has a lot of things inside. The first thing that is in target marketing is what we call market segmentation, and the second one is market targeting, and the third one is market positioning. This one can be a bit confusing because we've talked about target markets, we've talked about target marketing, and now I'm adding market targeting. Please ensure you get a difference between all of them. I beg you. So we have market segmentation, market targeting, and market positioning. So what is market segmentation? Dividing a market into distinct groups of buyers with different needs, behavior, or characteristics, okay, who might require separate product or market mixes. It is the division of the total market into smaller or relative homogeneous group, just like what I said. Ghana is too big for us to be targeting them as our customers. So we have to what? We have to do what we call segmentation. We have to segment them into smaller markets. So how do we segment them? We segment them by saying secondary school students, okay, those who are done with the university, that is graduates, and those who have their masters, okay, then that is how we do those combinations. We've divided them based on how we want to. Mostly, I'm using this example based on the fact that I'm using UCC, okay. There are bases in which you use to segregate or to segment markets. We'll talk more about them as we go on. So market segmentation is basically the division of the total market into smaller, relatively homogeneous group, okay? So you divide all the big people who are like all the population who are likely to patronize you divide them into smaller groups. Okay. Then we have basis for segmenting consumer. So how do you segment consumers? Okay, you use a geographic segmentation. That is one. You divide an overall market into homogeneous group based on their location. Okay, you can use countries, you can use regions, you can use town. So we are selling a product. I'm like, okay, with the product we are selling, we've decided that for now, we only want to sell to Ghanaians. We say for now, we only want to sell to Ghanaians, meaning we've used that as basis of segregation or segmentation based on countries. So let's say we are using regions. So we want to sell to only central region. Or for now, we want to sell to northern region and Ashanti region. Then based on town, you start dividing the towns and like, okay, we have town A, we have town B, town C. You mention them. So we'll start selling, or like we've divided them, okay? So when it talks about geographic segmentation, it's used to assemble, stores, manipulate, and display data by their location, okay? Because you can't just stand up and start dividing. You have to know um the stores involved. You have to know like their location, okay? You have to have their data. You can't just start by segregating a market, okay? Then we have demographic segmentation. Do not forget that the geographic do the segmentation based on their location. So it can be countries, regions, or town. But demographic segmentation do the division based on age, sex, so either male or female. Then we have family size. Are they nuclear family? Are they extended family? How big are they? Are they family of 3, family of 6, family of 20, family of 40? Okay. Then we have family life cycle. We have family life cycle, okay? Then income, occupation, religion, race, and nationality. So you can segregate people based on their religion. So it is known that Muslims don't eat certain food, okay? They don't take in alcohol, they don't take in pork. So if as a company you are doing segmentation, you should be able to segment them based on religion and say that, okay, for this product, only Christians will be able to take it, because it is well known that Muslims don't take this, okay? Maybe you are doing based on race. So some people, some race or some ethnic in India, they don't eat meat. They are vegetarian. They don't eat meat. They don't eat fish. So if you are selling something related to that, you should be able to segregate them or to segment them, okay? Or you use your family life cycle. You use family life cycle, okay? Or you can use income. You can use the occupation. What is their income monthly? So those who are getting income of this and this are those people we want to deal with. So if you are getting any income of this below, then you are not part of those we want. So you start segmenting, like you start segmenting them small, 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 small. That is what demographic is about. So do not forget, you can be asked what are the factors that are under the demographic segmentation. So we have age, sex, family size, family life cycle, income, occupation, religion, race, and nationality. Under demographic, we have countries, regions, and towns. Then we have psychographic segmentation, okay, dividing the market into different groups based on their social class, their lifestyle, or their personality characteristics. You know, there are some products that are very expensive that you know that yes, these are created not because they want to give it to just anybody at all. they are they are created or they were produced because the people they were targeting, okay, their target markets, okay, are people who are rich in the society, who are of the high class, not the middle class, not the lower class. Their lifestyle, okay. Someone will be like, oh, as for this particular tribe, they like to show off. Anywhere they find themselves, they like people to know that yes, they are there. So based on their lifestyle or their personality characteristics, what are their personality? What traits do those show to people? So those are the psychographic segmentation. Then we have behavioral segmentation. Under behavioral, we have dividing a market into groups on consumer knowledge, attitude, use, or response. So what is the consumer knowledge on these products of ours? Remember, one way to know about this is through marketing research. So let's say having done your marketing research, you now know that maybe your consumer from age this to this is their knowledge about your products. Or maybe you want to use attitude. So the attitude here is not, oh, she's showing me attitude. It means how are they behaving towards our products, okay? What are they thinking? What is their knowledge? Like, what is their attitude? Meaning, are they willing to patronize us or they don't want to patronize us? That is what the attitude there is about. Then we have use. What is their use? Okay, what is their use? How do they have use for our product? When our product is there, are they likely to use it? Are they likely to purchase or buy it? What is their response if there is any issue, or if we should bring in new products? Are they likely to buy? Are they likely not to buy? That is what the behavioral segmentation is about. It basically talks about behavior customer try to exhibit so far as a particular product is concerned. Okay, then we have behavioral segmentation. So under behavioral segmentation, we have occasion segmentation, meaning dividing the market into groups according to occasions where when buyer gets the idea to buy, actually make their purchase or use the purchase item. So occasion segmentation talks about you dividing your customers based on how they buy, how frequent they buy from you, or how frequent they use your products. And the first one is this one, benefit sort. Okay. So dividing the market into groups according to different benefits that the customers seek from the product. So you are thinking that, okay, these are the benefits this kind of group will seek from this product. So let's divide them, let's put them together. So that is what the benefit sort is about. We have the user status. Dividing the market into groups according to different users of the product, such as first time users, non-users, potential users, and regular users. When you are selling something, or there are things that we bought for the very first time, okay? So if let's say you work for, let's say there is an organization who want to do what we call behavioral segmentation, and they want to use user status, and they've decided to segment you guys, meaning if you are buying that product for the first time, you'll be first of the first time users, okay? Then non-users, you've not even like make an effort to use your products. Potential users, you are likely to buy but you haven't made purchase yet. Then we have regular users, those that buy a product all time. When it finishes, they buy. When it finishes, they buy. Then we have segmenting business markets. The basis for segmenting consumer markets are the same used for segmenting business markets. Segmenting business markets may yield various types of segments or buyers. Okay. So we segment businesses, okay? Like it is said here, the basis for segmenting consumer markets are the same used for segmenting business markets, okay? Segmenting business markets may yield various types of segments, meaning it may yield various types of buyers, okay? So business markets segments, we have one, program buyers, okay? When we talk about programmed buyers, meaning for these buyers, they have ways in which they come and purchase from us. So these are what they exhibit. One, highly profitable segments. So if we've decided to, do not forget when I told that business market is whereby we buy from other people and use whatever we bought for them to make a particular product that we sell. Okay. Then we have program buyers. So let's say that you do you are into bakery, okay? You go and buy flour there, and you buy flour from those people. The flour you buy it like all time. Let me say every three days, okay? And when you go and buy, you buy, it's highly profitable segment because I know that no matter what, every 3 days where you come and buy from me. So if I should have customers like you about 40, I know that every 3 days I can even have my sales forecast, okay? Make routine purchase, just like I said. And when they come, they pay full price. They don't pay until I'll pay this and come back. They pay full price. They and also accept below average service because the firm produces may somehow be important to their operations. So when they come and buy, they don't like anything of low quality because they have to also produce with it. Then we have relationship buyers, the firm's second most profitable segment. Okay, prefer to buy from a firm as long as the price is reasonably competitive. Okay, receive a small discount and a modest amount of service. Regard the product as moderately important and knowledgeable about competitor offering. So the program buyers, for them, they are so much interested in us that they are not even considering other competitors. They come, they buy, they go, they come, they buy, they go. But the relationship buyers, they know about other offerings that are outside. So they are basically buying from you because they know that the price you are giving them is reasonably competitive. Okay. Then we have transaction buyers. The firm's products are very important to the operations. They are price and service sensitive. They receive some discounts and above average service. They are knowledgeable about competitors' offering and are ready to switch for a better place. So for these people, they don't want to suffer with you. So far as your price is not good, they will leave you and go to a place whereby the price is better. Okay, that is what this one is about. And for them, they like discounts. They are price sensitive. The moment you tell them that the price is expensive, they tell you the price. So the moment you tell them the price, like, this is too much. How much will these people sell for me? I'm going back there. Let's go and buy that one there. So that is what the transaction buyers are all about. We have the bargain hunters. The bargain hunters, the firm products are very important to their operations as well. They demand highest discount and service, just like the name says. They like to bargain so much. They are knowledgeable about competitors' offering, and they are ready to switch, just like the program you are doing. They are ready to switch at the slightest dissatisfaction. So the moment you dissatisfy them any little, they are ready to switch to your competitors to go and do whatever, to go and get whatever they will get from you then. Although bargain hunters buy a lot, but they are not profitable. So let's compare the program buyers to the bargain hunters. So now program buyers will come, pay in full and go. But I know that in 3 days again it will come. So they come today, they pay. Let's say I have 20 program buyers, okay? And now they've come on Monday. They bought whatever they bought. Let's say they will come 10 times in 2 months, okay? And anytime they buy, I sell it to them for, let me say, 2,000, okay? 2,000, they pay me 2,000 in full. And they are 10. So meaning anytime they come, I should get like 20,000, okay? Anytime they come, I should get like 20,000. And if they come again another time, I should get 20,000. But bargain answers for them, though they might be buying today, buy tomorrow, buy this, but because of the discounts that I keep giving them, when I compare their money together, it's not really profitable as those that come and buy, like those that are programmed. They come every two. So some will be like, every week be delivering this water to me. So those are the program buyers. And they'll pay you now your money in full before you even go and do the delivery. Unlike these people, those are the bargain hunters. They like to bargain a lot. Segmenting international market. So how do you segment international markets? This could be done by following a two-step process. Defining macro segments, one or more countries with similar market characteristics. Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Ghana, mostly if you segregate them, they are likely to give them the same product because the same product runs through these countries. Okay. Then we have subdividing macro segments on basis of customers' characteristics. So after you've done the macro segment, then you go back to use the customers' characteristics in a way to divide them. Okay. Now we have the geographic location. Still, if you are segmenting an international market, so we have geographic location, economic factors, income levels, levels of economic development, okay, political and legal factors, monetary regulation, stabilities of government, receptivity towards foreign firm. So those are the bases you use in segmenting international markets. You should consider geographic location. So I want to sell to some countries, but there is war there, meaning I should be able to know the stability of governments there. Their politics, are they peaceful? Do they always go to war? What are the legal factors that might hinder me from bringing a new product to? Okay, so those things, when I consider them, then I know that, okay, I don't have to go to this particular country to buy from them or to sell to them, instead. You should consider cultural factors as well. So common languages, value, attitude, religion, and customs. So you have a product here, and here is an English-speaking country, and you want to take it to Ivory Coast, a French-speaking country, because you've done your segregation based on countries. But forgetting that you can't take the same product there simply because they don't speak English, meaning you have to also improve the packaging by adding something that they can read and understand. Or maybe you want to go to an Arabic country, okay, an Arab country to sell to them. They read this one, Arabic, okay, and it is written from the left to the right. So whatever you are writing, you should ensure that when they buy your products, they will be inclusive. That is what the cultural factor too comes in. So the language, the values, the attitude, the religion and customs. Some countries are there, you don't give them gifts of some colors because it is considered to be an insult. So if your product is of that color here, when you're taking it to that country, then you have to change the packaging. You have to consider them. That's why they say you have to ensure you consider common languages, common values, attitudes, and religion, as well as customs. Then we have intermarket segmentation. Segments are developed on the basis of customers. who have similar needs and buying behavior. So this is just as simple as what we've been saying. We have single and multivariable segmentation. A single-based segmentation involves the use of just a single variable or basis of segmentation. So this is, let's say you've decided to segment your people using just a geographical location. Okay, you are using that as your basis of segmentation. Or better still, you've decided to use the multivariables, which talks about involves the use of more than one basis in dividing the market into segments. So you've used demographic, you want to use behavioral, you want to use you want to use behavioral, you want to use demographic, you want to use geographic. So that is what we call the multivariable segmentation. Conditions for effective segmentation. In what way will your segmentation be effective? Okay. The first one talks about measurability, the degree to which the size, purchasing power, and profitability of a market segment can be measured. So, measurability talks about the degree to which the size, purchasing power, and profitability of a market segment can be measured. So you know that for this market, if I should segment them and go to them to advertise my product to them, looking at their size, they'll buy. They'll buy whatever I have, and the purchasing power that they have to, they are going to buy from me. And at the end of the day, I'll be profitable. So that is one. We have accessibility, the degree to which the market segment can be reached and served with advertising medium or distribution channel. So the degree to which the market segmentation can be reached, how well can you reach your market segmentation? So let's say you've segmented them with basis of this, basis of that. How well can you reach them? How well can you can they be accessible to you? So that at the end of the day, you don't try to advertise to people that going to them will cost you a lot. Okay. Now we have condition for effective segmentation. We are still talking about that. We spoke about measurability, accessibility, and now this is profitability. Profitability talks about the degree to which a market segment is sufficiently large or profitable. If your segment is not large, then if it's not profitable, then there is a problem, because we know that one of the key reasons why businesses or all these are done is to be able to get more profit. So if those people that you've decided that you want to you've segmented them, they are not even bringing you enough profit, then there is a question mark with what you are doing. So then you shouldn't even add them to the people you want to target in the first place. There are actionability. So this talks about the degree to which effective program can be designed for attracting and serving a market segment. So how well can you design program, okay, that will be attracting and to a market segment, meaning when you are done with whatever you've done, how well would they like whatever you've produced? How well would they be even attracted to purchase or to even be part of your customers, like those who are really buying, who end up buying from you? We have the benefits of segmentation. Segmentation allows for more precise market definition, okay, better analysis of competition, rapid response to changing market needs, efficient resource allocation, and effective strategic planning. So more precise market definition is when you are done doing your segmentation, you know that, okay, after doing this, for this class or for this social class, they can't really buy from me. So let me forgo them and consider these people. So let's say you've used geographical location, you are trying to sell to those in maybe in Accra, And like Accra people, there are many, so they will buy. Let me leave Cape Coast people there are not many, they wouldn't buy. Okay, so segmentation helps you to like it helps you to know, like to be more precise about a market when you are defining them. And better analysis of competition, it helps you to analyze competition without being blinded by anything. Because after you've segmented them, you know where your competitors are even going to. So if you like, you can decide not to also go to that same place and go to another market and like purchase to them. Sorry, and let them purchase from you and sell to them. Then another one is rapid response to changing market needs. You know, when you segment, you know how the market is changing. Okay, what is the trend now? So you are able to respond quickly to the trend in the market, the marketing trend, what is going on. Segmentation helps you to do all that. Efficient resource allocation. When you're not segmenting, you know that these people are not many. I don't have to overly do adverts to them. They will understand. These people are so rich. I need to do just small adverts. They will buy it. They won't even ask for reduction. These people are not too financially stable. So I have to produce something very little for them so that when I'm selling to them, I sell to them and they will, when I'm selling to them, I can sell like little to them. So an example was about this case study in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is known to have like they produce a lot of tea, all those tea bags and all that. So by then, meaning most of them there were farmers. And when you look at the country, only few people, as at the time the incident happened, most of them there were all majority of the total population of the country are all farmers. Okay, meaning they spend so many time under the sun. But at that time, buying detergents like Omo was very expensive because Omo were coming in big packs, and because they were poor, they those from the lower class could not afford. Even the middle class could buy it, but not too much. Okay, then um only the rich people could get it. Those middle class and the lower class, they were just buying um the bar soap, like they were buying only bar soap. Then the company decided that no, we can do what we call market segmentation. So they decided to segment the market. So they use them, they'll be like, okay, let's use the social class. Okay, these are the top, these are the rich ones, these are the top, these are the middle, and these are the lower class. So the top class can afford this, so let's leave them alone. But the middle and the lower, they can't afford soap because it's expensive. So what do? Why don't we provide them with that same soap but in smaller quantity? Okay, they made that soap and produced it, and they started selling to those farmers, those people from middle and lower class. And it said that they made a lot of sales compared to all other detergents that were existing before, because the country had highest number of middle and lower class people. Okay, so that is what segmentation helps you to do. It helps you to be more efficient in resource allocation. So when this is concerned, you wouldn't really waste your energy advertising your product to the rich class, because so far as your product is good, they will buy. But you have to focus on the lower group and like do the correct advert to them and let them know why they should buy from you. Effective strategic planning, you are able to plan into the future. You're able to plan, think about the future, think about this maybe for the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 40, 50, and so on and so forth. But what is the problem? What is the problem of in segmentation? So we've spoken about the benefits. The problem talk about choosing segmentation variables. Okay, a difficult, try to know what at all, how do you even want to segment them? What are the variables you want to use? Which basis you want to use? It becomes very difficult. You don't know if you want to even use one or you want to use a lot. That is the multi. The importance of segmentation. So the thing is, some companies don't even know the importance of segmentation, so they don't even see it to be important to segment their markets. And also, can variable be measured? So if you decide on a particular variable, how will you measure it to know that indeed this variable will help you to be profitable, will help you to be accessible, will help you to be measurable? Then segmentation, segment identification. How do we even identify the exact segment that will provide you with more, with money, with profit, and with what you are looking for? So now we are back to another trouble here, which is called market targeting. We spoke about target market. We spoke about target marketing, and now we are talking about market targeting. It is important to evaluate the identified segment and decide which one to target. That is what market targeting is about. You just evaluate, you identify and evaluate the segment, and you decide which one to target. Unlike target market, which is about a set of buyers sharing common needs or characteristics that a firm decides to serve or pursue. Okay, target marketing means you evaluate, you've done so many segments there. Okay, so like I was talking earlier, that there are so many baskets there. You decide which one, so many things in a big basket. So you decide which one would you think would be is more important and will be more profitable than those ones. Then you decide to start doing and to start targeting them. Okay, that is what market targeting is about. Then we have evaluating market segments. So segment attractiveness, collect data, collect and analyze data on current sales value, projected sales growth, expected profit margin, analyze structural factors such as potential competitors, substitute products, power of buyers and suppliers. So you check how attractive that particular segment is. Okay, meaning that what are the sales growth rates? Okay, how does sales growth, how does the sales there grow? Okay, meaning that if I'm to target this particular segment, let's say I should use basis like maybe um geographic. Okay, I'm like, because this place is residential area, the people there will be rich, so they will buy, meaning the rate, my growth rate, the sales growth rate would increase, meaning I should expect to get this profit margin. Okay, analyze structural factors such as potential competitors. Who are the people that are likely to be your competitors? Okay, and what are the substitute products that that's what are the products that can substitute your product? Somebody will say that when you don't get Coke, you should go for Pepsi. I don't know how well they substitute themselves, but that is the general idea. That if you don't get Milo, you can go for Richoco or something like that, or Chocomil or something. So now you have to be able, before you start and you decide on a particular market segment, you should ensure that that segment is attractive by looking at it. If sure that when I start, the rate at which I'll get competitors will be low, not something they will just copy just like that. Then the power of buyers and suppliers. How well do buyers come together to decide on price of goods and service? You know, when the buyers are many, they can decide that, oh, for this product, they will never buy it at this time unless you reduce. And it's the same thing for suppliers too. When they are many, they decide that no, it is at this price we want to sell it. If you don't want it, then go away. Company fit, business strength. Analyze the firm's objective and resources in serving its market. You should know your firm's, the company involved. You should know the objective and their resources they want to use in serving the market. They should know all this so that they don't go and take a market segment or a segment they know that they cannot conquer, since they have less resources. And the next one talks about selecting market segments. Okay, this should be based on ability to offer superior value and gain competitive advantages over competitor. So basically, when you are even selecting your market segment, you should be able to know that whatever I'm selecting should help me gain advantage, competitive advantage over my competitors. Okay, please, do we understand up to this point? Mr.
Yes, please.
Mini.
I have understood it.
Okay, thank you. Then we move to segment strategy. Okay, there are four markets. Okay, there are four market coverage strategies that a firm can choose. A firm can choose from or adopt. Okay, so the first strategy is undifferentiated marketing. Segment differences are ignored due to existence of weak segment differences or through the view that the product appeal cuts across segments. So this is to show, this is an example. Um, Coca-Cola is the same thing they sell everywhere. They initially is the same thing they were selling to everybody. Everybody was buying the same Coke in Ghana, in China, in wherever. The Coke everyone was buying was the same thing. So they were using what we call undifferentiated marketing because they feel like everybody needs a bottle of Coke because Coke is life. And now we have undifferent, okay, we are still on the undifferentiated marketing. So the firm serves the whole market with one product offer. The product focus on what is common in the needs of consumers. So, like I said, Coke was just giving all of us the same thing because they feel like we need a cold beverage, a cold soda that would be good for us, and they were doing just that. It also focuses on a marketing program that will appeal to the largest number of buyers in the market. It has the hallmark of quality, mass distribution, mass advertising. It provides cost economies. So you see, that is why you only see Coke, like you see Coke adverts pan during World Cup, during those big football, maybe African Cup of Nations, maybe during Europa League or UEFA or something like that. Because to them they believe that, especially during World Cup, they believe that the world has come together. It's the same thing as I think Total, the this one, the filling organization, the how do we even call them, the fuel um company. They believe that everybody needs it, we need it for the same purpose. That is why you see Coca-Cola adverts mostly during that time, during those period. Okay, because they believe that yes, that is the product that everybody would like. And now they they believe in it has hallmark. Coca-Cola has been existing for more than a century, for over 100 years. So they believe they are good. And they do they have the quality and they do mass distribution. So they just produce and take it around the world anywhere. Okay, they came to Ghana, have their company the same way, the same thing, the same packaging. Other countries the same, but there is no way you see a Coca-Cola bottle in any country with the packaging and you wouldn't know that indeed that this is a Coca-Cola bottle. So that is what we call the undifferentiated marketing. But when we go to the differentiated marketing, a firm targets several market segments and design separate offers for each segment. It creates more total sales than does the undifferentiated market due to its ability to cater for specific segment requirements. So the differentiated one, they believe that everybody can need Coca-Cola, okay? There should be like that, there should be varieties. That is why you see some company when they have their beverages, all those carbonated drinks, They will do they will do one, they will do cocktail, they will do banana. I don't know, all the flavors, okay? In fact, Coca-Cola has always been like that before for so many years before they decided to add other things to their brand and even add zero coke to it and all that. But still, they still use the same adverts for everything. But we have companies that are using differentiation marketing. It's different advert that they do. The advert they will do for product A is different from the one they will do for product B because they know product A is for segment A, product B is for a different segment, etc. Then we have concentrated marketing. It involves going for a large share of one or a few sub-markets that are usually ignored. So this is supposed to be usually. That are usually ignored. Niche marketing. So concentrated marketing is the same thing as what we call niche marketing. So let's say people do not consider, let me use this example. Yogurt is out there, everybody like takes yogurt. This will buy, oh, I want this yogurt. But we have people that are allergic to yogurt, not because of the it being yogurt, but because they are lactose intolerant. They can't take meat from they can't take animal meat, animal milk. So now imagine a company decide to do yogurt out of almond milk or out of coconut milk, okay, for those people. Then that was what we call niche marketing, meaning they are doing it for people that are lactose intolerant. So they are involving in what we call niche marketing or concentrated marketing. They are concentrated to a particular segment that is usually ignored because everybody can drink milk, or most people drink milk. They've really not considered that actually there are some people there who do not take it or who are allergic to it. I continue. So if small firm want to give, let's say you are selling yogurt and everybody is selling yogurt, you want to change yours, you want to gain competitive advantage, you should involve in niche marketing. Then we have micro marketing. Micro marketing, it involves targeting potential customers at a very basic level, such as lifestyle, at a very basic level, such as lifestyle and specific occupation, possibly even individuals themselves. So it involves targeting potential customers at a very basic level. By tracking demographic and personal information, marketers can send email, letters directly to individuals, consumers who are likely to buy their products. However, it may cause a company to lose sight of reachable markets. So sometimes they tell those working at the bank that, oh, you should bring this amount or this number of students, this number of clients, okay? And now here you are, you start testing those people that you think can be your potential clients. So you test them and be like, hello, sending this email, you may be interested in this. You walk to offices and talk to those people that, oh, please come and buy this insurance package or come and deposit from our bank, blah, 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 blah. So that's what we call micro marketing. But the disadvantage is it's possible that those people you are thinking that they might possibly be those that will patronize you or those that will be your customers might not even be those that will really want to buy from you. Because maybe now you want people that are rich, then you come to lecturers, and because you know lecturers, or you go to businessmen, okay, come and drop this money. If you have put this money, you get this gain. But there's somebody out there who is not a businessman, who is not a lecturer, who is nothing, who is just an ordinary man, but having a lot of money out there that they can invest in whatever you want. But because of the way you've done because you are involving in micro marketing, you wouldn't consider them. Then we have selecting and executing a strategy. There is no single best choice suits all firms. Okay, the basic determinants of a market specific strategy are company resources. So before you involve in a particular strategy to execute, you should consider your company's resources, the product homogeneity, the stage in the product life cycle, their competitor strategy. So the company resources talks about the financial resource of the company, the human resource of the company, and many more. Okay, so if you don't have more people, you should know like the kind of strategy you are going to execute. Okay, if you have lower people or like smaller people or more people, you should know the kind of how should I say, the kind of strategy you want to um, select and implement. Then we have product homogeneity. How homogeneous is your product? When you look at Coca-Cola, it's very homogeneous. Anywhere, close up. Any country you get to, so far as you see close up, the toothpaste, you know that yes, this is it. Okay. So you also talk about the stage in the product life cycle. So the product life cycle talks about the introduction, the growth, the decline stage of a product. So you have to know where your product is before you are able to bring out a particular strategy and execute them. Then you also have to consider competitive strategies. So you check what Vodafone and MTN are doing. They check each other's strategies. So this one be like, okay, they are offering this one at this amount. Let me offer mine at this amount. At this amount. So that is what those are the things you have to consider when you are selecting and executing a strategy. So this is also another one. What variables or basis of segmentation will you use for segmenting the market? One, we are the market of casual clothing, beers, and holidays. Please take note of these questions. Then we have what we call market positioning. Okay. The concept of positioning seeks to put a product in a certain position or place in the minds of prospective buyers. Positioning refers to the place that a product or service holds in the minds of the target audience relative to competitors. Okay, marketers use positioning strategy to distinguish their firm's offerings from those of competitors and to create promotion and communicate the desired position. So all this thing that I've said is when we talk about market positioning, we talk about the market and the product, the mental image of a product. So as a consumer, how do you see a product in your mind? How do you see a product? So this is an example. iPhone has positioned themselves in a way that anytime you see somebody with iPhone, you are forced to believe that the person is rich or has money. That is why they are using iPhone. That is why iPhone has been able to paint themselves as a product of luxury. Product that is the like mindset you have. So now if I ask you what is the position, the market positioning of iPhone? So meaning what is your mental image, okay, about iPhone? So you see iPhone to be product of luxury, you see iPhone to be a product that is only bought by people who are rich. Okay, that is what the positioning is about. We have positioning strategies. Possible approaches include positioning. Possible approaches include positioning a product according to the following. Is it the attributes? Are you looking at the attributes? This phone has this, can do this, or you are considering the price or quality? You know, when it talks about iPhone, it's very expensive. Okay, especially the latest models, they are expensive. So and how quality is that as well? You talk about competitors. iPhone's competitor is Samsung and Google Pixel. Okay, so you consider their competitors as well. Then application, how well can that product be applied? Then we have product user or product class. Who are those using the product, okay? Where does the product find itself, okay? So that is what that is involved. Then under the positioning strategy, we have what we call a positioning map, okay? It provides a valuable tool in helping managers position products by graphically illustrating consumers' perception of competing products within the industry. So this is to say that you take iPhone, Samsung, Techno, Google Pixel, itel, Nokia, Huawei, you bring them all together, okay? Then it represents two different categories like price and perceived quality, and show how consumers view a product and its major competitors based on those traits. They are useful tools for undertaking competitive analysis and for communicating marketing strategies. And for communicating marketing strategy, okay, changes in the competitive environment, changes in the competitive environment Changes in a competitive environment force marketers to reposition a product, changing the position it holds in the minds of their prospective buyers. Okay, so that is to say that maybe ITEL or Techno want to reposition themselves. I think Techno has been able to do that because initially, when you talk about Techno, people used to see them as an extreme Chinese phone that cannot last. But now, with the kind of products or the kind of new products they keep on releasing, how well they are working on their camera products, is beginning to change people's mind that, oh, in fact, Techno 2 is a good phone because gone are the days people used to consider Techno and Infinix to be the same. But now, if you are to give me Techno and Infinix, I'd rather go for Techno because of how Techno has been able to reposition themselves in my mind. Because I'm now beginning to feel that, oh, Techno is much more better. It has better camera. It doesn't hang. When you are using it, it doesn't have a lot of issues like that compared to Infinix. So that is what positioning and repositioning are involved. So as a marketer, if you have an organization, you should try to consider what do people think about your product and that of others. So whatever comes to their mind is their mental image about what you give them. Okay. So you are to know that consumers perception are very, very important. You don't think that you are just giving it to consumer just like that and they will like it. Whatever they think about your product is equally important. If the objective cannot be achieved from the product position, then the product may need to be withdrawn or repositioned. Meaning, if at this time you have a product and people do not like, you're unable to achieve whatever you want. When you talk about the product, people don't rate you, then you have to bring back the product and reposition it so that people will start rating it as a product. And I think Infinix is trying to do that. They keep bringing out new stuff. They are trying. Hopefully, they will get it someday. Then repositioning is necessary for these reasons, okay? Change in customer needs. Maybe the customer needs have changed, so you have to reposition. When you do the reposition, it will fix whatever change the customers is also trying to get, okay? Change in organizational objective. Maybe as an organization, our objective have changed. So we have to do, we have to reposition our products. Environmental change, maybe there is change outside that we can't control, so we have to do repositioning. New competitors appears, maybe there is a tough competitor that is not letting us breathe, so we have to reposition our products and let people know that though there is a competitor that is coming, but ours is far better than that. Then we have new technology is developed. So if there is a new technology out there, definitely you have to do what we call repositioning. Then change in customer buying behavior. So if the customer buying behavior has changed, one thing that is unpredictable is human nature. If their behavior has changed, then definitely they want to buy something else. So you have to reposition so that as their buying behavior has changed, they will still come back and find themselves with you. Then repositioning strategies An established position is easier to defend than a new one, and a product is highly vulnerable while shifting position. So you see, with iPhone, they are at that level that they feel okay, they feel comfortable, okay. So they don't really find any problem. But if a product like Infinix is trying to shift their position, it will be difficult, because it will be difficult for them to convince you that their product is no more like, as bad as before, like they are getting better. So repositioning is always a demanding challenge and requires a considerable commitment of marketing resources, and may need a new or revamped corporate or brand image identity. Sometimes when you want to do repositioning, you have to, like, it's like you have a house, like you've built a house, you don't like it, you have to break it down and rebuild it to suit whatever you like. And you know how um tiring that could be. So we'll take a break, a 10-minute break. Then we'll continue with so we'll be back at 3:32. Then we'll continue with the chapter 6, and we'll be done for the day. Thank you. Okay, let's continue um the last part of our topic for today. So the lecture 6 is all about consumer behavior. Okay. As as marketing is involved, everything that you do, you should consider the consumer, because like I was saying earlier, consumer satisfaction is key in marketing. You can't just do any product just like that and give it to them. You should be able to watch consumer behaviors and see that, oh yes, this is what the consumer is this is the attitude, or this is what they are putting in place, this is the shift in their behavior, this is what they are doing now. Okay. um we'll be talking about the meaning of consumer behavior, why study consumer behavior, and many more. Because of time, I'll just scroll up. So, meaning of consumer behavior: the buying behavior of final consumer or individual and household who buys goods and services for personal consumption. So when they say consumer behavior, it's basically the buying behavior of final consumers. Okay, final consumers can rather be individuals and household who buy goods and services for their personal consumption. So um you are a consumer, I'm a consumer, and the behavior that we put on it is what is termed as the consumer behavior. Why study consumer behavior? To understand how consumers respond to various marketing stimuli that a firm might choose to develop and confirm its competitive position. So we study consumer behavior because we need to know how to respond to various marketing stimuli. So we understand how consumers respond to various marketing stimuli that a firm might use to develop its competitive advantage. So if we don't study consumer behavior, we wouldn't know how customers are going to, the attitude they are going to display, how they respond to whatever advertisement, whatever thing we do on the internet, like whatever we do, maybe is advert, maybe is PR, whatever we do, so far as marketing is concerned, we wouldn't know how consumers are going to react to that. Okay. Based on such knowledge, provide consumers with reliable product that meets their expectation. Okay. When we have this knowledge about consumers, it is easy to be able to provide them with reliable product that will meet their expectation. Why study? We are still on why study consumer behavior though. To create customers' loyalty. To create customers' loyalty necessary for developing a customer base that provide regular income and turnover, winning customer support even in the face of competition, providing goodwill that will develop and strengthen the firm market position. So, customer loyalty is very necessary. When consumers see so many products and they still think that yours is the only one they want, to the extent that when they go and they don't see your products, they wouldn't buy any. They'll wait until they see yours before they buy. That is what customer loyalty entails. So if you are able to create customer, if you study consumer behavior and we are able to create customer loyalty, it will be very easy for us to create our own customer base. Okay, because when we have our customer base, we know that, oh, even if we don't get additional people for a while, these people that buy from us regularly, they will never change, and whatever they buy, we will make money from it and do whatever we want to do. We'll pay other workers. Winning customer support. So you see, because customer loyalty makes it easy, like I said, going to the market to purchase so many things and like not buying them because the exact one you want to buy is not there. So that is also what customer loyalty like involves. So it's good for us to learn consumer behavior. Then we have features of consumer behavior. Okay, we have routine response behavior. Consumers frequently buy items of low value that requires very little thought. Okay, meaning you buy these things often. Okay, so you really don't think about anything when you are buying it. So let's say salt. You buy salt often, so or buy water. You don't really think what at all you are buying. You know, that, okay, I'm buying this brand, so you just go and buy that. So you don't really have to sit down and think. We have limited decision making. For limited decision making, during some thinking before purchasing an unfamiliar brand, information may be limited. So let's say you want to buy a laptop, okay. You have to search for information here and there to know which brand you should buy because the money involved, or you are buying a new phone, the money involved is not any small money that if you buy the wrong one, you can forgive yourself. You have to ensure you are buying a car. You have to make your research and know why you should buy what you want to buy. Then we have features, we have extensive decision making. With the extensive decision making, giving the purchase of durables a good thought before purchase decision. This involves seeking information on benefits of substitute products. So you like to know that you are making decision, you have to know that, hey, but there could be substitute products. And what are the benefits of the substitute product for this thing that I'm buying? Because when I buy it, I want it to be durable. I don't just want to buy something that will just spoil without me, without me using it for a while. So that is when the extensive decision making comes in. So when you're making decision based on something that you know that you want it to be durable, so you have to think before you buy. Do not forget the limited means that you are buying something you've not bought before. You are unfamiliar with the brand, so you have to get a lot of information. Let's say you are buying a car, a new car altogether, a new brand. So when buying, you have to make information. How is this? How is that? What is this? The model, the what, the that, the that. Then we have impulse buying. Impulse buying is what most of we ladies are guilty of. Okay, a consumer buys a product as a result of strong urge to buy something immediately without giving the person and the purchase decision much thought. So I really wouldn't think about it. Say, okay, this product, do I really need it? Sometimes because they just come, okay, let me buy. You just buy. You know, impulse buying is really not good for the consumer because you keep spending money like that. Okay, Elizabeth, how may I be of help? Elizabeth, you raise your hand.
Yes, I couldn't hear you. Your line was off. That's why. I wanted to ask on the impulse buying. Is it
Mm-hmm.
totally wrong? Because sometimes you see at the instant of buying, you may not be in need of it, but someday somehow it will make sense. So is it totally bad to do impulse buying?
Oh no, it's not totally bad to do impulse buying, to be sincere. But then this is the logic behind it. Like you said, one day, someday, somehow you need it. But at that particular time, do you need it?
No, please.
You get it. So you do impulse buying. Let's assume maybe you plan to use the money for something else. So you involving in impulse buying now would disrupt this whole plan of yours that you have. So that's why sometimes they say that you hear some people like come and buy something. They say, "Oh, I'm not an impulse buyer because what? I know I'm a marketing student. I don't know if you've come across people like that. They do say that, oh, I'm not going to involve in impulse buying because I know about it. It's not totally wrong, though. It's not totally wrong to involve in impulse buying, but sometimes ensure that the product that you are buying is not something that later you are going to regret buying.
Okay.
Most often, we buy some products, you get to be like, why did I buy this thing? What will I use it to do?
Maybe
So
because
that
of
is, it's maybe because of what?
the packaging, you were attracted by
Yeah,
the
that is very true. In fact, that is what organizations are working on. They ensure the packaging is nice. You buy it and you go and sit down at home and you be like, hey God, ha. I've wasted money. But you bought it with your money, you can't throw it away. So one day, someday, somehow, you definitely find the use of it for it.
Sure,
So that
sure.
is it. So
All right.
ensure that anytime you want to involve in impulse buying, ask yourself, do I really, really, really need it? If the answer is no, then you can calm down on how you are buying, or ask yourself that the amount I'm buying. You see, one thing I would advise is you should, according to your income, okay, tell yourself that, oh, per my income, anything above, I'm giving an example, anything above 300 Ghana cedis, I won't buy it impulsively, okay? So 300 and below, I can buy it per my income because I can afford it. So if you go and buy something of 1,000 impulse, when you are regretting, you regret badly. But if you have, like, you've set your, like, by, let's say, your minimum impulse limit. I don't know if that exists though, but you set your minimum thing. So you know that anything above that, if you are buying, you have to really ensure you think about it. I hope that is
Yeah.
fine.
Yes,
Mostly
please.
ladies, we are the one guilty of impulse buying. Men, they
Yeah.
hardly do that.
That's why I want to know so that I stop.
Oh, no. You know, sometimes when we have money, we tend to buy a lot of things we need and we don't need. Sometimes they are helpful though, but sometimes, as I say, you should have a minimum amount that you set, that if I should want to buy anything above this amount, then I have to think about it twice. But anything from this amount downwards, yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Then we have model of consumer behavior. Okay, models, they help in understanding the relationship between marketing stimuli and consumer response. So we talk about stimulus response model. Okay, now we have marketing stimuli, other stimuli, buyers black box, and buyers responses. So the market stimuli there talks about product, price, place, and promotion. Then it goes on to other stimuli. We have economic, we have technological, political, and cultural. Then we have buyer's blackboard. So you as a buyer, what are your characteristics, and how do you make your decision process? And your response, do to the product choice? Do you consider the product choice, the brand choice, the dealer choice, the purchase timing, or the purchase amount? What at all will you consider to make a product? That is what this stimulus response model is about. So if the product is of good quality and you really need it, and there is no economic and technological, this one's the one in this box, none of them is disturbing you. Why not? Looking at your characteristics, if you are good at, if you've done your buyer decision process, you'll be able to know if you are buying or you are not buying. So organization use this thing in a way to, it's just like action and response, okay? Action and reaction. So they do something and do it to get reaction from consumers. We have consumer decision process, okay? The one here. Mostly these are the we go through this process without knowing that we are going through it. Okay. But most often it happens when we are buying an unknown brand or something very expensive. So we have problem or opportunity recognition. So we have the buyer sees a difference between its actual state and some desired state. So now you know that, okay, I'm using let me use phone as an example, okay? Let's assume that, oh, I'm using iPhone 11 phone, or I'm using iPhone 11, but I want iPhone 16. So that is what we call problem or need recognition. Okay, you've recognized that you have a problem, you recognize that you have a need you need to satisfy. Then the second one talks about information search. The consumer gathers information that will enable him to make the right decision to attain the desired state of affairs. Internal and external search may take place. So with this one, with this information search, I'll take my phone, Google, or check on Jumia, how much is it, the types we have, the color involved, and all that. I know sometimes ladies, most when we want to buy wig, we do that. You check from, especially if you are buying the wig from those vendors online, not like Jumia, but those that sell it online. You check, do I want bone straight? Do I want wavy? Do I want bob? Do I want straight? Do I want short, 12 inches? I don't know, 15, 16, like that. So you search the information and see the prices at which it's being sold from various places. So that is what we call information search. So in searching for information, a consumer may consider brand. Okay, you consider brand. Sometimes you know that I need a new phone, but you don't know which phone you want until you start searching. You start searching, sir, till you get the one. So you consider the brand. Okay, I want to buy Google Pixel. The number of brand that is considered is referred to as the evoke set. So let's say as I want to buy the phone now, I consider, okay, I want to buy what if I buy Huawei, or what if I buy Google Pixel, what if I buy Infinix, or can I consider even Techno? Nokia too is there. So that is what we call evoke set. Okay, is a number of brand that is like that is considered. Meaning you've considered the following brand. You want to buy a fridge. Hey, Hisense is there, or Samsung is there, or this is there, LG is there. When thinking about all this, you tell yourself that, oh wow, I need to buy maybe this brand, maybe this brand. So all this together is what we call evoke set. Okay. Then we have marketers can increase the size of evoke set through repetition, especially for low involvement purchase. So sometimes um we know some marketers, or most marketers, know that you might really not want to purchase something from them, so they'll keep bringing it your way. You see, when you go to social media now, anytime you search about a particular thing, you see that the more you continue, they keep bringing it your way. It keeps coming, okay? So marketers can increase the size of evoke search through repetition, especially for low involvement purchases. For some purchases, they know that you really wouldn't spend much, so you wouldn't feel bad even if you spend it. So the more it keeps coming your way, at the end of the day, you end up buying it. I'm like, let me just buy this one and go. Now I'm tired of searching. So we have evaluation of alternative. This one, you sit and analyze. The consumer uses information to evaluate alternative brands in Evoke set. So in the Evoke set, which are the brands you are considering, you try to evaluate your alternative. Okay, Samsung is good, but Samsung, I really don't like the camera. I for pictures, so I'll go for iPhone. My iPhone, although the picture is good, but Google Pixel has the best picture. So let me go. So you start evaluating the alternatives. Okay. Then they said the evaluative criteria may include features, benefits, brand image, importance, usage of each brand in the Evoke set. So this is to say that you are there as you're analyzing, you tell yourself, if I should hold Samsung, and people will see me and be like, yes, the queen has come. Or if I should hold iPhone 16, people will be like, yes, the girl is trending, she has money to buy this and this. You see, that is what the consumers consider anytime they are doing what we call the this one, the evaluation of alternatives. Okay, you would consider the brand image, the importance, the usage. Okay, and also the third one, so we are still on the evaluation of alternatives. Brand image, okay, refers to the set of belief that consumer hold about a particular brand. Like I said, I believe that iPhone, I'm not saying me per se, but it is a general belief that when you're using iPhone, then you are rich or you have money. So that is a brand image. Okay, that is a brand image. Okay, Elizabeth, please. You can answer. Go.
With the brand image, I
Mhm.
wanted to add up that sometimes it is deceptive because they've won the goodwill, and then because of that, people have the interest to purchase from them. Meanwhile, some of the products that they even introduce to the market now are not up to quality as it was before. So it is a deceptive thing
Exactly.
in reality.
Yeah, very, very true. Thank you for your contribution. It's true that it is very deceptive, but then, before you even want to consider, you are used to like before you want to consider that, oh, whatever they bring is bad. You first want to consider that at least based on their goodwill, they are likely to have something better. You know that. Although it is very bad or unethical from the organization to be using their goodwill to serve as a way to, how should I say, to take advantage of their consumers. This is to say, I'm buying your product based on the fact that I know that mostly over the years, you guys, the products you give me are good, and I go and buy, and unfortunately, I go and I get the bad one. I'll be sad. So as time continues, their brand image will start, how should I say, they start having bad brand image for themselves. There are various products like that too. I'm trying to remember one, but it's like I really can't remember. There is this particular brand that we're relying on their brand image to produce trash for people. But as time went on, white people, they are not like Africans. The moment your product is not good, they'll boycott your product. So that was done. And now they have to come back later, communicate to people, do PR that, oh, what happened was a mistake. They now have nice, this one. So people should try and patronize them, blah, 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 and so many information like that. So we move on to marketers may influence consumers in the evaluation process by stressing product features that appealed to the criteria identified. So as marketer, I know you want to buy a product. So if I keep bringing it your way, I'll be stressing on the fact that my product, maybe my product can do this. My product can do this. You will need this. My product is good. You will need this. So what I know you want is what I will be telling you. I'll be stressing on those features. Some people, they like design. Like you said, Elizabeth spoke about packaging. You do impulse buying based on the fact that, oh, the packaging is nice. So they know that their target market like nice things. So they'll stress on the packaging, or they'll stress on the product, ensure that yes. So by the time you see it, you will love it so much that you have no other option that to choose it over other ones. And it could be that even that one that you are choosing is that's the worst of all. But based on how the marketers have been able to influence you as a consumer during the evaluation process, you don't have choice than to just go along with it. It's just like sometimes you want to buy something, and you call a company like for information. Before you realize, they start disturbing you. They start sending you messages. This is there, this is available, this is there, this is available. They disturb you, sir. At the end of the day, you buy the product from them because you don't want them to stress your life again. Then we have the fourth stage in the consumer decision process. It's about purchase decision and act. This is the stage when a consumer actually buys a product. At this stage, you are done looking, you've recognized your need, you've considered um you've evaluated the other stuff, you've checked the brand image, you've done so many stuff. So now you are buying the product. So the ability of a purchase intention to be translated into purchase decision could be influenced by attitude of others and unexpected situational factors. So attitude of others is about me. If I've used product, seriously, if I see a family member of mine, no, family member is too broad. If I see a sister or a brother of mine buying that thing, or somebody I have that vibe, I tell you, don't waste your time. because the last time I bought it, it wasn't nice, or the last time I got it, it was bad. So if you are buying, you can buy this brand instead. And I think it happens. People do say it. So you being able to move from having a purchase intention to have to finally making a purchase decision is not easy, because anything at this point, anything can change your mind. By attitude of others can change your mind. Sometimes even you go to the supermarket and you want to buy something, but the salesperson will act to you in a certain way. You get angry, you will not buy that thing again. So at that time, you are in a very delicate stage of your buying decision process, and unexpected situational factors. You are going to buy though, but something else might maybe come up. You might go there. Sometimes you go and buy that you are going to buy a particular product, right? Then when you get to where you are buying it, after making your research, when you get to where you are buying, then you meet the person like, oh, you want to buy the 64 gig. The 64 gig is but why don't you add like 500 Ghana cedis to it and take that of 128 gig? That is not a bad idea. Knowing very well that you left to buy this, you left thinking that you will be paying maybe 3,000 for it. You didn't make up, like you didn't plan for the 500. But you going there, so situational factor, they are telling you that, oh, you could buy this too if you add this to it, which is a bit better than what you had in mind. So that stage is very, very delicate. Then we have a purchase decision is influenced heavily by perceived risk. Risk is there, but perceived risk is very dangerous, because you are the one seeing you are imagining, hey, if I buy this thing, and most people don't buy Samsung because they feel like, hey, now me, I should go and buy Samsung, and if it falls down, I don't have this amount to change the screen. Because it is known that with Samsung, anytime you are changing the screen, instead of you changing the screen, you should rather buy a new phone. So that is perceived risk. So people might not want to go for it because they are afraid that, hey, me, I have children. My children will play with my phone. So if I go and buy a phone that if it falls, I won't be able to do it. That I won't be able to do like repair it. Then I don't want. So that is what a perceived risk is about. So, but what should marketers do at this stage? Marketers must understand the factors that provoke feelings of risk in consumers and must provide information and support that will reduce the perceived risk. So what do I do if I am to sell something? I'll be like, oh, immediately you buy it. You can buy a 360 protector on it. Then you buy the phone case. I can promise you that nothing will happen to it. So that is what marketers should do at that time. Or if you are trying to purchase a product, we know that at this point in time, if we are not careful, you might not like what we are giving. So what do? We ensure that we give you something to reassure you that you are not, like, you don't have problem. Though you feel some way, but whatever perceived risks you are having can still be managed. Okay. Then we have post-purchase evaluation. And this time you are done purchasing. This is where the regret comes in. When, for people that do impulse buying a lot, this is where the regret comes in. So the evaluation of purchase may yield satisfaction or dissatisfaction. You are done buying the thing, and yet look at it, you are regretting, oh, I know, I should have bought this, I should have bought that. Oh, I feel bad for myself. So a friend of mine went to buy cake, she wanted to buy cake. They were like, oh, buy this cake. Oh, no, I want this one, it's bigger. Pay the money. Got home and was disappointed because according to her, the cake felt like it was just made out of sugar. So that is the post purchase evaluation, feeling dissatisfied after making the purchase. At this stage, cognitive dissonance may occur after the purchase. It is discomfort caused by post-purchase conflict. It's normal as human. When you're done taking a certain decision, you still, if like you reflect on it, okay? So this is the stage where that happened. It may lead to return of products or decision not to buy the product again. So for some products, luckily there are trials. If you should get it between some days, Not common in Ghana though, but if you should have access to those products within some days and you don't like them, you can return it back to the shop that you bought it. It's common outside Ghana. But Ghana there, if you buy, you bought it to don't come back. We don't want to see you again. Then we have factors affecting consumer behavior. What are the factors that affect you and I, our behavior as consumers? One, we have personal factors. And under the personal factors, we have demographic factors like our gender, that is our sex, um, our work, our income, and so so and so. So they can affect our behavior. If I'm gaining 1,000 monthly, I'm not going to buy something that I know will put me into trouble. I'll think 50 times before I make purchase. That is how the demographic factors come to play. Then we have situational factors. But the situational factors talk about the situation in which you find yourself as at the time that you are making a particular purchase or you're about to make a purchase, the level of involvement in decision making. So there is it. Sometimes some products are there, though you are the final consumer, but it will not be bought by you. So our mothers will buy clothes for us, they will not consult us. So our level of involvement is low. They will not bring the clothes for us. We will not like it though, but we can't return it because yes, it was bought by mommy, and our level of involvement in that was low. So it becomes a bit as challenging. But if your level of involvement is high in whatever you are purchasing, you are able to exhibit any kind of this attitude you want to, any kind of decisions, any kind of way you are like you want to show, any kind of behavior you want to display. I know it is past time, will be done now, will be done very soon, so kindly bear with me. Then we have personality too as a factor that affects consumer behavior. Behavioral and individual traits which can be uniquely identified with customers. Okay, so aggression and competitiveness. If some people have this spirit of aggression in them, I call it a spirit. Or some people are very, very competitive, okay? So they feel like if you have this, they have to get more than what you have. So their personality will talk about what they will direct their behavior, okay? Will affect their behavior in everything they are buying because they always want to buy new things because never to be caught on fresh. Then we have psychological factors. Motivation is there. Perception ability is there. Knowledge, belief, and attitude. So mostly your knowledge about a particular thing would decide if you are buying it or you are not buying it. Your perception, okay, what are your perception about that particular brand? It will determine either you are buying it or you are not buying. Motivation, how well are you motivated? What are people telling you? Do you have people who are motivating you to go and buy it? Sometimes we buy things not because we want it to, because our friends have some, for those who have like that good relationship with their friends, because our friends have some, they don't want to be the only one having. They motivate us and convince us to buy it, so we too we have the same thing, so that we can have the same thing with them. So that's also a factor. And this the motivation, just like I've explained. Motive are a form of strong stimulus drive that as a person, so that drives a person towards the satisfaction of a felt need. Okay, you feel you have a particular thing you want to buy, but you feel this drive that is like telling you to go and get it. And we know that motivation can be either from within or from outside. So the one I was talking about, your friend, is extrinsic, that is from outside. Then we have okay, like the motivation I was still explaining. And we have under motivation, we have Maslow's hierarchy theory. I'm sure we all know this. So it seeks to explain why people are driven by particular needs at a particular stage. We know this already. It starts from the physiological needs to safety, to belonging, to needs, to self-actualization. So because you want to belong to a particular group, you feel you need something. Maybe before safety, you feel you need a particular product and it continues to the top. And now we have perception. This is a process by which people select, organize, and interpret information to form a meaningful reality. It involves three main steps, okay? It involves one, receiving information. This could take form of selective exposure. This is screening out most of the information to which one is exposed. So this is how this works. Sometimes people will tell you a whole story, but you do selective exposure, as in you screen out the information to which you screen out only the one that most you screen out most of the information which you are exposed. Okay, you wouldn't really want to consider everything. Sometimes when someone talk to you, you only remember what you think is important. You only remember what you think is important or what can resonate with you. Okay, that is what the selective exposure is talking about. Then there is also selective distortion, adapting information to personal meanings. Okay, you adapt information to personal meanings. This one, when it comes to learning, I used to do this a lot. When I'm learning something, I realize that that thing is very difficult. Rather than trying to put it in my head by force, I'll just find something relatable and adapt it to it. So when I adapt it to it, I have my own personal meaning. And anytime I get that personal meaning, anytime I remember, I'm able to explain it the way it was like originally. So that is where the selective distortion is about. Then we have selective retention, keeping only part of the information to which one is exposed to. So usually information that supports one's belief or attitude. So you only keep the one that you know is supporting your point of view. Maybe somebody would talk about this, that, that. Instead of you trying to understand everything, you only support the one that resonates with you. The rest you let it go because you are not ready. That is what selective retention is all about. And selective retention, selective distortion, selective exposure, they all come together to form what we call perception. Then organize and integrate information. Okay, then the perceptual process creates meaningful from the organized information. That is the perception and the perceptual process. So meaning you are trying to form a perception from yourself. So that's why somebody will talk to you like, oh, from my own perspective, from my point of view, my perception on this issue is that this is so so so. Meaning you've gone through the perceptual process, you've created meaningful something from whatever information that you've been exposed to. And in doing it, do not forget that you do what we call organize and integrate the information. That is when the selective exposure, distortion, and retention happens. All comes together, then at the end, you are able to have your perceptual process to make him to make a decision about a particular situation or about a particular brand or product. So as from my point of view of my perception is that iPhone doesn't worth it. So far as I have a phone that I can use to call, access the internet, do some pictures, iPhone is not important. So that is it. The marketers can, but what should marketers do? Marketers can package the marketing mix in such a way that it contributes to maintaining or enhancing the self-perception of the consumer. So when we talk about marketing mix, we talk about price, products. We talk about the four P's. In case you are talking about, I don't want to add it more because you'll be doing it later. I don't know if you've done it. So the marketing mix, we have when you are dealing with products, we have when you are dealing with goods that you can see, we have products, we have price, we have promotion, and there's another P there. So you as
Please,
marketers, you should please you said.
please.
Yes, please. Thank you. So you bring all this together as marketers to be able to I don't know, you polish it nicely to the extent that when they see it, they don't have choice than to buy it, okay, or than to purchase or make a decision. So here's the thing. Maybe I want a product, but it is far, okay. where it is sold is far. And now I get opportunity to have it around my place. You see, they are able to use place as a marketing means to be able to enhance the self-perception I have about the particular product. So that is like an example about how it is going, like about what that is about when we talk about what marketers can do so far as perception is involved. Then we have ability and knowledge. Consumer with less knowledge and ability must be helped to have access to the needed information to make purchase decisions. Our knowledge of products are different. I may have like deep knowledge about a product and another person may not. I may not have, another person may have. So if I go, you have to explain to me and let me know that as marketers that this and this and this and this are this. If you are taking this, that's why when you want to involve in any insurance package, they ensure they explain everything to you into detail so that you know what at all you are putting yourself in. Then we have attitude and belief. Attitude, feeling towards an object or idea. Belief, when we talk about attitude, it means your feelings towards an object or an idea. So what do you feel toward a particular brand? What do you feel towards the idea of purchasing a particular brand? What are your thoughts? What do you feel? Belief, when we talk about belief, it's descriptive thought that a person owed about something. Someone will say that if you're having this particular car, then it means you've done money rituals because at this age, if you have this card here, then no, your money is not pure. It's part of it. People's belief. People believe that some people believe that if you are close to God, you should suffer because Job suffered. So people have so many beliefs there, here and there, here and there. So that is what beliefs is about. Then we have marketers' understanding of consumer attitude and belief, enable them to serve them better. If I know what your beliefs are, I will know what I'm bringing to you. If I don't know what your beliefs are, I can't bring anything to you. What if I bring it to you and you trash them? Okay. So marketing is very beautiful. Marketers have a lot to do. They have to play so many roles at the same time in order to be able to put a smile on the face of all buyers. We have social factors, culture and subculture, roles and status. So there is this culture in India and there is this part of a community in India, whereby Parana is not really much of a thing. It's not really common as it used to be about, let me say, 20 or 30, 10, 30 years ago, 10, 20, 30 years ago. When a woman loses her husband, she can't stay in a house again. She has to stay away from jewelry and she has to wear white and she has to stay away from sweets and some other stuff and colors and all that. So if you are a marketer and you find yourself in this kind of environment and you are creating products for women and you think that these people might also be part, they might need a part, you should be able to adjust it in such a way that they'll find a sense of belonging in getting it when they get it. So you won't say that I'm creating something for women, but you know that deep down only few women can participate, the rest that they can't. Knowing very well the culture and the subculture involved. Also, we have roles and status. What are people's role? What roles do they play in the lives of others? And what is their status? What position do they find themselves in the society? All those who I used to have a lecturer back there who said that there is no way he's going to use any other product apart from iPhone because to him, iPhone is shows prestige. His cars, he uses latest cars, his phone, his watch, even his laptop and all that. They're all branded. He said he's maintaining his brand. So he has a status to maintain. Anyways, group and reference group. So when we talk about reference group, they are basically people that influence you when it comes to buying of products. So it works in this way. My reference group are my sisters. My reference groups if I am to choose my reference group, I would say my sisters. But They can also fall under family influence as well. But reference group can be maybe your friends, maybe an influencer or something like that. That whenever they say that this product is a no, then it means no, you are not getting it, you are not getting closer to it. So those are reference groups. So mostly people go to their reference group for for advice. And have you purchased this product before? This product that you are having, I want to buy a similar one. Will you recommend it? And I say, oh no, this one dear, I bought it in less than, I mean, a good person. I bought it in less than 3 days. It stopped working. Don't buy this. Oh, it's true, a good person. Because I know some people, they know that thing is bad, they will still push it to you go there. But I mean, at least you should have a good people, like you should have some good people in your circle. So they will tell you that, oh no, 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 don't buy this. I bought this and in 3 days it wasn't working. So you should buy this instead. This will work better for you. And you know that, oh yes. Sometimes you may want to buy a particular product. Your reference group will dissuade you, sir, till you will not buy it again. Then family influence. Oh my God. Husband dominance, wife dominance. Some men, the product they are buying, they don't like it too, but because the vibe they have with their wife, they don't have choice than to buy it. So they'll buy it. Oh, wifey says she likes it, so. Oh, my husband said he likes it, so. So those are the family influence. So deep down, some people, whatever they are using, I'm not saying it's a bad thing though. We are talking about how it influences consumer behavior. So if your husband says that, oh, you should get this brand instead, you are instantly likely to buy that brand rather than buying a different brand, because that is the influence. Me, my sisters have a lot of influence on me when it comes to purchasing a particular product. I say, oh no, this one it won't fit your color. No, this one don't buy this one. No, this one, this style is not, it won't be okay. Oh, this product wouldn't go with you. Oh, and those ones. So those are family influence. So when it comes to this kind of situation, it's really difficult to influence the consumers, because right now the consumer themselves are not the one making the decision. They are influenced by other people they trust or other people that they believe have like better ideas. Sometimes your mom will be like, oh, this one, they say, it won't last long, so why don't you go for this one? Then we have social class. Social class, we have the top, middle, and the lower.
Madam, please excuse me. The other one, is it democratic or syncratic?
Which one?
I mean, under the family influence.
The autonomic. Okay, it talks about how you have, how people have like let me take this. So let me use a parent. Let me say a mother is buying something for you, for the child. You know that the child does not have a say in whatever you are buying for them. So at that particular time, the child cannot say that I want this or I don't want this. It's like you are imposing it on them, okay? So
Yeah,
that
please,
is
I
what that is
understand
about.
the autonomic. I'm talking about is it syncratic or syncratic? The one as a wife dominant.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Madam.
Madam, we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Please, you
please.
said,
I'm talking about the word. Is it syncratic or syncratic? I'm asking of the meaning.
okay. People will be like, it's a noun. So anyhow you are saying it. So when we talk about syncratic, it talks basically about the blend of, or the combining different belief, okay, or culture into one thing, okay. So when we talk about family, it has like an element of culture is in there, an element of religion is in there, an element of everything is inside one. So that is what syncratic is about. So yeah, so if we bring this together and relate it to customers, meaning that a customer will be influenced to buy a particular thing based on what the family in general think, based on their belief in family. I don't know if you get what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
say.
I'm okay, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
So
too.
they'll relate it based on, okay, somebody will be like, somebody was at the office the other time. We're talking to her, she was like, oh, me, my family, we don't dance during wedding party. You get it? She said, we don't dance during wedding party. Hello, please, can you hear me?
You went off a bit, but it's okay now.
Is it okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, so like I said, when it talks about syncretic, it's a blend of everything coming together to form one thing. So it's let me use this example. So somebody came and was like, oh, in my family we don't do this, in my family we don't do that. But then if psychiatry we use this word, hello, please, can you hear me? I don't know, I'm finding it difficult
Yes, so
to
we
hear.
can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So with this word, when you are relating it to consumer behavior, it talks about, let's say, two people coming together to make just one decision. Just like the girl said that in their family they don't do this, meaning it shows that they've all decided that, oh, in our family we don't do this. Please, you get it now. Unlike the autonomic, whereby it is made by just one person, but with this
Yes.
one, they all come together. It's a blend of, let's say, everything is inside based on our culture, based on our this. We don't do this. Okay, we make decision about this, so we won't do it. Together, we make this decision. We won't touch that. So that is what that is about. Okay.
All
Then
right.
we have consumer buying rules. So possible decision makers in um, decision making units. So when it comes to decisions, or to sorry, when it comes to making decisions, okay, there are roles that people take, or people in do when it comes to those kind of things. So one of them is the initiator. We have the influencer, the decider. Let me see if it's the decider, and the buyer, as well as the user. So the initiator is the one that initiates the decisions, okay? That initiate the decision. Then if influencer talks about the one that influences you to go and purchase the product, okay? And the decider is the one that decides to buy the product. The buyer is actually the one that buys the product, and the user is the one that uses it. But the thing is that sometimes you can be an initiator, you can be an influencer, you can be a decider, you can be the buyer, but you will not be the user. Example is if you are buying pampers for your children, you will not use it. You will not use it, but you know that you have to decide either to buy or not to buy. So those are the makers, these are the possible decision makers in the decision making unit. So we have the initiator, the influencer, the decider, the buyer, and the user. There are some cases too that you can be everything all together. And we have organizational buying behavior. Behavior of producers, resellers, and central and local governments. Okay. Behavior of producers, resellers, and central and local governments. It is complex in nature due to the following. Buying decision may involve several people who may exert some influence, you know. So if an organization are buying a particular thing from a particular company, it gets difficult, it gets complex, because you know it involves several people, and all these people have different opinion and different ways in which they think of things. We also have decision may take longer time. You know, when you are taking decision in a group, it's very difficult. Or if somebody is having the autonomy to make the decision, you know, it's very simple. The person will just decide and we are good to go. But anytime it comes to a group of people making decision, it's back and forth. Oh, we've decided on this date. Oh no, we've decided on this brand, and so forth, and how it goes, like that and like that. So goods bought are to be meet are to meet the requirements of the whole organization. So this is where the issue comes. You can't satisfy everybody, but still you have to ensure that it meets the requirements of the whole organization, which becomes very tough to do. And we have goods may be complex in nature, requiring technical advice or support. So sometimes our organization needs goods that are very technical, that are very, very like difficult in operating. So they have to ensure they get an expert advice and support before they make they make the final purchasing decision. So we have organization bias are influenced by rational needs and emotional needs. So we based on our rational needs and our emotional needs before we make decisions. When organization is involved, we don't just make decisions just like that. Maybe the workers don't like it, maybe the workers, they are emotionally not okay so far as that particular thing is involved. So in order to cheer them up, you know, human resource is the greatest resource of an organization. So we have to ensure they are okay, we have to ensure they are fine. So maybe we are buying it to ensure that they get okay. Rational, we think that common sense is telling us that we should have this. So we are buying it based on that. But you should know that also buying it, we have to ensure that everybody, when they come, they will like it. Or maybe not like, but they will be satisfied with it to an extent. So buying experts may be involved in the purchase decision. So rather than just going to buy ourselves, we need to get an expert that will go and get it for us. Okay, that is when organizational buying behavior is involved. Then we have straight rebuy. Types of organizational buying behavior. We have straight rebuy, automatic and regular purchase of familiar products from regular suppliers. So let's say we use papers and printing every day at the office. So if the university is buying how do we call it? If they are buying um papers from their suppliers, they don't really need to do anything because every day, day in, we print questions, exam papers, questions for quizzes, and many more. We keep printing, so we do straight rebuy. Okay, so at automatic and regular purchase. We know that it seems like it sounds like the program bias, the one we spoke about earlier, but this is a bit different, but it's more or less the same idea. So this is automatic rebuy and regular. So we purchase familiar products from regular suppliers. Then we have modified rebuy. So a buyer shops around because of lack of complete satisfaction with current supplies. Let's say we've been buying something as an organization, it can even be food though, but though food is not really the best thing to use here. So we buy a particular thing from an organization or from our suppliers, and we realize that maybe what they are bringing to us now is not of quality. So we'll shop around to see if we can get another place where we can buy something much more better. Then we have new tax buying. An organization seeks to fill a need never addressed before. It may be characterized by lack of information and uncertainty. So you are coming to buy a whole new thing you've not bought before. So in when you're trying to buy this, you don't have information, you are uncertain about how to go about it. So this is there to help. This is there to like sounds like a state of confusion. So in this kind of state, you have to involve the expert mind. Nobody should even tell you before you go call an expert that we are buying this particular product. Please, can you please help us in purchasing them? So that is what the new tax buying is about. Then we have the decision making unit. Okay, this is also known as the buying center. It refers to the group of people within the organization involved in a purchasing decision. So group of people within an organization involved in a purchasing decision. Sometimes an organization, it's the top management that decide either they want to get something or we should get it or we shouldn't get it. And when those products are of like maybe big products or very expensive product, they don't buy themselves. They have to call their procurement officer, get them involved in procuring it for the organization. So those group of people that are involved in that purchasing decision, we call them the decision making units. So what is the roles of the this one the decision making units? Like what I was explaining earlier, we have the initiator, the influencer, the decider, the buyer, the end user, and with this one we have the gatekeepers. Okay, do not forget that I'm trying to go back to, I think I saw it here. With here for the possible decision makers, when under the consumer, there is no gatekeepers under it. It's still the same: initiator, influencer, decider, buyer, and user. But when it comes to under the organization, we have the gatekeepers. So the influencer, the initiator, they just initiate the product. So just like it is written there, they suggest that, okay, let's buy this. Let's buy this. So they initiate the buying decision. Oh, I have this one. I have we like this one. Why don't we buy it? Like I said, sometimes when it comes to the consumer one, you can be an initiator, you can be an influencer, be the decider again, be the buyer, and still be the end user. Or sometimes you can be everything except the end user. The influencers, they affect the outcome decision with their opinion. So if you go and seek your sister's opinion, she will affect the decision. But if you are somebody that is very in your corner, you don't really need people to tell you what they think. You see, with that one, you affect the outcome of the decision yourself with whatever you think. Decide that you are going to buy. You decide on the final decision. Okay, I've decided I'm buying this. When it comes to the buyers are responsible for the contract. Okay, so if that is this is under the organizational one. So under what the decision making units they do, they the buyers, what they do here is they are responsible for the contract. They will ensure that the contract is written, is done, and it's like they will close the deal. Let me put it that way. And the end user, they will use the item when it's being purchased. And we have the gatekeepers, they control the flow of information. So let's say we want to buy a new printer. Somebody will go that, oh, we need a new printer. Okay. Then they go, oh, this printer, we bought it, is bought early. So those influencers, that is in case this is under the organization. Oh, we bought this printer, I just spent only 1 year. Let's buy another one. So they control the outcome of, they use their opinion to control the outcome of the decision. Then they decide that those who are involved, like, okay, based on that, let's go and buy this. Then they go and buy. And let's buy this. Then the buyer will take the money, go get the printer. And the end user will be back to the person who initiated that we needed to buy this. But sometimes, if you are the boss in an organization, you can be everything. You can be the initiator, you can be the influencer, the decider, the buyer, the end user. It can even be the gatekeepers. The gatekeepers, they control the flow of information, how information is gone. Though, personally, I feel gatekeepers, their issue is too much, but who am I to talk? I'm not part of the decision-making unit, so we move. Because information are there to be at least out there for everyone to know. But gatekeepers control the flow of the information. So meaning sometimes you can just initiate like you can just initiate something. At the end, you just get it. You don't know as to how it is going or not because the informations are being controlled. So you have like limited knowledge about them. The organizational buying process, need or problem recognition. You recognize your need, your problem, what you want to buy. You development of product specification. So you start writing it down. We want a printer as big as this, 2 by 2. I don't know if that is there. With IPR, you start writing it down. Then we have search for products and supply. You search for the products online. You search for the suppliers. Mostly in big organization, this is what the procurement officer they do. Okay, because they know where to procure all those things that they need. Then the fourth point is evaluation of products and suppliers. So evaluation of products and suppliers, with this one, um, they are able to evaluate the product that has been brought to them as well as the suppliers. Okay, or before it is brought to them, as in if they are done searching for the product, so they evaluate it. We found this similar product of so and so within the price range of this, so they evaluate it. Should we buy it? Should we buy it from this supplier? Should we buy it from this supplier? Then we have placing an order. They place an order. Then six, evaluation of products and suppliers performance. So after placing an order, when it comes and they start using it, they evaluate the product to see if the product worth the amount they invested inside or not. And the supplier performance, how well did the supplier do? Did the supplier bring it to them immediately? Did the supplier wasted their time? And many more. Also, this is factors influencing the buying process. Environmental consideration. So they consider the environment whereby they find themselves before they make decisions. Organizational influence. So some organization can't just buy anything like that because they have to go through so many, like how should I say, move from one table to the other. So many people have to review them. So all the influence of the organization affects how well an organization can make purchases. Okay, and it have a lot of people in there, so it will be somehow difficult for them to just turn up and make decision like that. Interpersonal factors, the relationship between themselves at the office. So how they see the relationship between the workers also influence it. Maybe I am going to procure the thing, but based on the fact that we have good relationship, I tell that, oh, don't procure this one. Basically, it's not good. Or maybe there has been issues down there which are very unethical, by the way. There are issues out there that is happening, and I know that this one will be used by your office. I'll take my time before getting it for you. So interpersonal factors to prevent the purchasing process, or you just feel that the person doesn't deserve it. We have individual factors that are concern the people themselves, like there are various problems they have with themselves, like personally. We also how should I say, influence the buying process of the organization. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end. It's been a long day. Please, if you have any question, kindly ask me. If not, we'll stop. We end the class for this weekend.
You've done well. I call.
Yeah, yeah. So, from the look of things, it seems that's the end of the class. Thank you very much. We'll meet again. I don't know, I can't be sure. If we are to meet again, we'll definitely meet again. So, have a lovely evening. I
Yeah,
asked a
thank
question, but
you.
it seems somebody had a question to ask. So,
We are okay.
all right. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Yeah, thank you too, and have
Likewise. Bye.
You're welcome.